Okay, I will now call this meeting to order at 6:04, and we will begin by going into roll call. Senator Agba. Senator Gopa. Senator Chenoweth. Senator Everhart. Senator Kamstra. Senator Guerrero. Senator Hackbarth. Senator Kuehler. Senator Margret. Senator Mahoney.
Here.
Senator Heidenreich. Senator Byers. Senator Cecil. Senator Dre. Senator Eisma. Senator Moy. That is Moy, right? Not me. Okay. Senator Wellman. Senator Becker. Senator Braun. Senator Lambertson. Okay. Are there any senators that I did not call the name of that are seated? Oh, she's not seated yet. Okay. And then you're not seated yet either. Okay. He is seated? Yes. Okay. Senator Leese. Okay. Spencer Leese. Okay. Senator Leese. Present. Okay. With that, we have quorum. We will now move into the Pledge of Allegiance with Senator Mahoney.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Seeing as there is no program for the evening, we will now move into open forum. Open forum is a time which shall serve as an opportunity for students to speak about issues relevant to the student body. Anyone here for open forum has 10 minutes when they take the podium. Anyone here may approach the podium now. Okay, seeing as no one is here for open forum, we will now move into adopting tonight's agenda. Senator Mahoney.
All right. So unfortunately, we're going to have to do a couple small moves on the agenda. So bear with me here. I'll talk my way through what we're doing. First off, we're going to add two bills that just got submitted to me late. So, Madam President, I move to add 2023-1-012 SC, confirming a nominee for Director of Health and Wellness, to the bottom of special orders. And I move to add 2023-1-004 F, funding Cardinal Eats, to the bottom of new business.
Okay, they have been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, they shall be added.
All right. Second of all, we do have a funding bill tonight that is going to require us to waive first read because their event is this weekend. So we're going to pull that up towards the top of external matters to respect their time since they're coming here late tonight. So I move to move 2023-1-003 F, funding Black Students Alliance Black Excellence Gala 2023, to the top of external matters.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, it shall be moved.
And then finally, and this is the most annoying, complicated one, we are going to have to suspend a rule so that we can move the confirmation bills for our three senators above the Speaker and Vice Speaker elections because I want them to be able to vote on those. So I move to suspend Rule 1.19.1.2 to move bills 2023-1-003 SD, 4 SD, and 5 SD to the top of legislative matters for the night, with no objection.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, it shall be moved.
All right.
Okay, so we will now move into adopting tonight's agenda as a whole. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda has been adopted. Okay, seeing it is the first meeting of the first session, we have no minutes to approve, so we will move into committee reports. You'll talk for rules. Okay, beginning with rules.
So I Normally, there'd be a bunch of committee reports at this time. We obviously don't have any committees right now, but I figured I'd quickly say the piece of what kind of each committee does real quick, and also introduce myself as well. I am Eddie Mahoney. I'm the previous Speaker of the Senate. I'm just a normal senator. I'm not running tonight for anything. Rules Committee is the one that kind of oversees all the legislation that comes through Senate that isn't finance related, pretty much anything related to nominations, bylaws, rules of order, basically making sure everything's, you know, going according to our rules. Finance is pretty self-explanatory. PR, again, self-explanatory. They deal with all of our outreach, all of our social media, all that jazz. Diversity Committee deals with matters related to student diversity on campus. Student Initiatives does kind of a catch-all committee that does cool projects and different fun outreach events, different fun things that just the student body will enjoy. Local Affairs specifically works with the city government. Sustainability works on sustainable and green initiatives across campus. And Health and Wellness works to promote health and wellness initiatives across campus. We'll hear from each of them every week, and then starting into next semester, once it gets rolling, we'll start also hearing from our Legislative Ambassadors Committee, which goes down to the Capitol to lobby for student needs here at Iowa State, and also meets with the federal government in sometime in February.
Are there any questions for the Rules Committee tonight? Okay. Seeing none, we do need to do finance. Seeing none, we will go into Finance Committee.
This will be working. This will be one of the only times. Okay, this will be the only time I talk about finances. I'm so sorry. So you guys are gonna have two bills on first read when it comes to finances. It's just funding Cardinal Eats and funding Destination Iowa State meals. We'll take a look at them today, but you won't vote on them until next week. You'll also see a debt contract on first read. We'll explain more what that is as we get there. It is exactly what it sounds like, though. It is an organization that has a debt to student government. The big bill of the night is the Black Student Alliance bill. They have their Black Excellence Gala this weekend, so that's why we will need to waive first read so we can determine how to fund them. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Finance Committee? Seeing none, we are going to move over the rest of committee reports as we do not have anyone else seated to represent them yet. So we will move into comments from the judicial branch.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I just have some regular stuff to go over. We have no new business this week. Our last meeting was yesterday. During our last meeting, we chose our new chief for the coming year, Charles Taylor. For the end of the semester here, I will be continuing to take care of the responsibilities of the chief. So if you got questions, need to bring cases to us within our last week here, reach out to me. I'll continue to be the primary contact. Last thing I've got for you guys is the election commissioner position needs to be filled. And so I will be opening up a survey / interview process starting tomorrow. I will be having PR put out a social media post to let everyone that doesn't watch our YouTube page know about it. So if you have people that are interested in the election commission position, have them come forward to me. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the judicial branch? Seeing none, we will move into comments from our lovely advisor, Sophie.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to your first Senate meeting. For people that are new to the organization, if you are a returner, welcome back. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Sophia Sarver. I go by Sophie. I use she, her pronouns. I am your full-time student government advisor. So it is my job at the university to advise all of you in this organization, all of the branches as well. So the executive branch and the legislative branch are also groups that I advise. If you need anything, I'm always happy to meet. I will be sending out an email later with a link to set up a meeting with me if you would like to before the end of the semester. If you ever have any questions or want to talk about anything, I'm happy to assist in any way possible. And I just want to say welcome. And I think I have to give a presentation. Yeah, so you'll see that probably next week or soon. I don't know. Yeah, next week. Okay.
Do we have any questions for our advisor? Seeing none, we will move into comments from the executive branch with the 70th President, Emily Roberts.
That's not near as cool as Jacob Ludwig's, but that's okay. I'll keep these short and brief. Hi, my name's Emily Roberts. I'm your president. If I haven't met you yet, it's lovely to meet you. Jennifer and I attended the Division of Student Affair Awards yesterday, where we got to hear a lot about what our advisor, Sophie, is doing. She's completed the Sally Institute. She's incredible. Tomorrow we meet with the Board of Regents at breakfast, so if there's anything you'd like us to discuss, please let us know. As you should all know, you should have gotten access to the teams, the MIS. Please fill out your information so that we can know how to contact you. And if you have questions tonight, please ask. This is your guys' first Senate meeting. You don't have to know everything, I promise. So please ask questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for our executive branch? Seeing none, we will now move into special matters 2023-1-003 SD, confirming the nomination of a vet med senator with Senator Mahoney.
So, he didn't realize the meeting was tonight, so he's not here, he's at work. So I'm just gonna open the floor and immediately move to table the bill 1 week. Because we can't confirm him without him being here, so. There's been a motion, a second to table it.
There was a second?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Are there any objections to tabling the bill until next week? Seeing none, we shall move into a placard vote. Those in favor? UC has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the bill has been tabled. We will now move into 2023-1-004 SD, confirming the nomination of a business senator with Senator Mahoney.
So, Deanne, if you want to go up to the podium. Basically, you just give a little spiel on why you want to join Senate. Pretty much probably the same things you told Ivy College of Business.
Do I have a timeline? Point of information, do I have a timeline? Hi, well, I'm Gian. I'm a third-year MIS student, and I learned about student government my freshman year when I was part of first-year council, and I always wanted to be part of it, but due to other things like being part of other organizations, I never really knew how to until this point, so when I walked by the advertisement, I immediately tried to apply. And I've always been interested in being able to be there for the community and be more active in just general relationship building, and I think as a senator that will help, especially with after conversations with Dean Spalding for the College of Business of talking about student initiatives and wanting to get more student participation. That was something that I saw the senator position as a really good place for me to help better engage there, because as someone who is a president of who's a president of clubs or has been leadership of clubs, I've seen the effect of student engagement, and I saw senator as a place where I can hopefully, push for more student engagement.
The floor is now open for any discussion or questions. Senator Cecil.
So, for those of you that were not here, Mock, I was impressed because I took it way off the rails, and they were able to keep up. So, I think they'd make a great senator solely because they put up with my antics. So.
Hey, Senator Kuehler.
I agree with Senator Cecil. I was very impressed watching you during the meeting. That was awesome. I'm going to ask a question that's a pretty standard question that we ask to all of our nominees. So I guess this can be a pretty time-consuming role, and you've mentioned you are involved in a lot of other things. If you would speak a bit to your time commitments and stuff like that, I would love to hear that.
Absolutely. So now I have a little bit less because of it. Right now, for looking at next semester projection, I'm going to be FMD at my sorority, Kappa Alpha Theta, which should be about like 5 to 10 hours a week of work due to the ebb and flow of just general theta events that I would have to attend. And then I also have just president of consulting club, which would be meeting once a week for an hour and probably another hour for like exec and cabinet meetings, with probably 5 hours in total for like prepping and stuff like that with the fellow exec board. And then obviously I have senator position. I have my classes mostly focused on 2 days with me working on the side, and I'm purposely making sure I limit it to only 15 hours of work per week to make sure I can get the most amount of time to senators and making sure to keep an idea of when club meetings and other obligation meetings will happen.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that. I yield.
Senator Hackbarth.
Well, my compatriots already speak very highly of you, and I have loved your answers so far. You mentioned in your opening statement that you were interested in student initiatives. Is that going to be the committee that you are planning on serving on, as senators are required to sit on a committee?
Yeah, absolutely. So right now I'm having a hard time choosing because there's so many things I'm interested in. Student initiatives probably will be the one focus because it is something that I know is a big thing, at least for what I heard, for at least the College of Business. So that'd be a good thing. But for the other ones, I'm just stuck because I really like learning about finance, but I also am interested in the diversity one, to my identities. So yeah, student initiatives will definitely be one, but it's going to be hard to find that second one.
Is there any further discussion? Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any objections? Seeing none, we shall now. Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will consider this bill passed. Congratulations.
Stand up to the side for just a sec. We'll do the confirmation bill, and then we'll have you guys both do the oath of office at the same time.
Okay, we will now move into 2023-1-005 SD, confirming the nomination of an off-campus senator with Senator Mahoney.
So Alexandra was a senator all last year, and just some weird technicalities. She's having to be nominated through off-campus, or through UROC, so I'll let her speak for herself.
Hi, my name is Alexandra Momini. I am a second year majoring in global resource systems with a technical area in sustainability. I, as Senator Mahoney said, had some technical issues and was not able to complete my official running for Senate, but I did very much so enjoy my time here. I would really appreciate a chance to not only finish some projects that I started, but make new ones as well. I'm working, because I know I'll be asked if I don't say it now. I have an 18 credit semester now. Next semester I'll only be doing 14, 16, I don't remember. Not as many as I am now, so time commitment is fine. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask.
The floor is now open for any discussion or questions with Senator Mahoney.
I just want to speak in favor of Alex. She's been a great senator this entire last year, and she'll be a great senator this year.
Senator Hackbarth.
I would also like to throw my support behind Alex. She's been just so warm and so fun to have in the Senate office, and just so passionate about all the work that you've done here. And I personally would really love to see her back.
Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting now? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, congratulations, Alex. The bill passed.
Thank you all.
That way they can see us all. I'll have you repeat after me. With your right hand, left hand. I solemnly swear or affirm
I solemnly swear or affirm
to execute the duties of my position
to execute the duties of my position
as prescribed in the Constitution
as prescribed in the Constitution
and the laws of the government
and the laws of the government
for the benefit of all students.
for the benefit of all students.
Congratulations to you both.
Thank you.
James and Momini to the roll.
Are there any objections to adding Senators Janes and Momini to the roll? Seeing none, they shall be added. All right, we are now moving into our next matter underneath special matters with 2023-1-001 electing the new Speaker of the Senate with Senator Mahoney.
So this is the big one for tonight. It's going to be complicated as we go through the process of elections, but just ask questions. This is going to be the person that leads Senate the entire year. So this is going to be the most serious matter we deal with tonight, and probably one of the most serious we deal with all year. It's the first thing we see. So I will yield and motion open the floor to nominations.
There has been a motion and second to open the floor to nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, nominations are now open. Senator Mahoney.
Madam President, I nominate Senator Margaret.
Senator Margaret, do you accept?
I graciously accept.
Senator Momini. No? Okay. Senator Hackbarth.
Madam President, I move to nominate Senator Kuehler.
Senator Kuehler, do you accept?
I graciously accept.
Senator Cecil. Okay. Are there any further nominations for the role of Speaker of the Senate? Seeing none, is there a motion to close nominations? Closing nominations has been moved and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will now ask the three candidates to go to the podium, please. Okay. So as they are walking up to the podium, I will just now explain what we will be going into. First, each candidate will have 5 minutes to give opening comments. Once you reach 30 seconds left of your opening comments, I will give 2 taps of my gavel like this, just to let you know that there are 30 seconds left. And then after that, we will move into our next stage. So we will begin with Senator Margaret.
Awesome. Well, good evening. Can you all hear me all right? Well, firstly, I want to say welcome everyone to the new Senate. It's really great to see so many new faces in this room, and I'm incredibly excited to work with each of you this year. And I do want to bring up, I've stood in front of so many of you before in the past, asking you to entrust me with important responsibilities within our student government. You confirmed me as a member of the Rules Committee, you confirmed me as a residence hall senator, you elected me to be Senate's representative on the Special Student Fees and Tuition Committee, and I've even had the privilege of sharing updates with you all as an acting committee chair of the Local Affairs Committee. But tonight, I'm standing before you because I believe I'm the best candidate to fulfill a distinctly important and unique role within our student government, the role of Speaker of the Senate. My name is Quinn Margaret, for those of you who I haven't had the privilege of working with. I'm an honors student studying business economics with a minor in political science, and I was formerly a residence hall senator before being elected to serve the Ivy College of Business constituency this term. Now, I'm in a unique position within student government where I'm experienced enough to know how to implement effective solutions to the problems that we face. But at the same time, I'm new enough in Senate to really remember the struggles that our new members face as they acclimate to our body. Now tonight, you'll also hear that the role of Speaker is about writing bills, drafting bylaws, and creating agendas. As an active member of the Rules Committee who's done all of these things, I'm here to tell you that that's only a part of the role. Because the chief responsibility of Speaker of the Senate is to have a leadership role. The Speaker is the person who oversees the growth of our branch. They guide senators in their ambitions. They're the one who makes sure that all of our members have the resources they need to succeed here. They're also the mentor that helps new senators acclimate to Senate and feel comfortable sharing their ideas. And they're the one, perhaps most importantly, who encourages us to disagree with each other on the floor so that all opinions and viewpoints are heard in the form of respectful, healthy debate. Especially now, the number of new faces at the table tonight represents an unprecedented opportunity for us to do a better job of supporting our senators, for us to do a better job of having an onboarding system that helps new senators understand their responsibilities so they do feel comfortable contributing to Senate. We'll have one-on-one conversations with all of our new senators where we present them with a new senator packet, which is something I'd like to bring back from former Speaker Ludwig. It's a resource where we can have our founding documents, our financial priorities and criteria, Robert's rules, bill writing. We can have so many important things in one reference place so new senators can understand what their job is and hit the ground running. Above all, we need leaders who understand the unique talents and skills and ambitions that each of you brings to Senate and who can help you turn those talents and ambitions into projects that help students. That's an experience that I have. As acting chair of the Local Affairs Committee, I bridged the gap between ex officios and lit a fire under a committee that didn't have any ongoing projects. We broadened our scope, and my impact left the committee stronger and better equipped for the future. That's the passionate leadership I promise you I'll bring to Speaker every day. But our sustainability challenges extend beyond our internal retention. It's also an issue of education. When I first joined student government, I submitted an application to join the Civic Engagement Committee. As many of you might be aware, that's a committee that hasn't existed in a while, and I have no idea where that email went. It's absolutely not our goal that any senator or any wannabe senator reach out to us and simply never hears back about their role in student government. With no existing infrastructure to meet students where they are, we cannot expect students to come to Senate. And so we'll work to restore our website and the way that our application process works. We'll fix the online directory, which is a bigger effort I launched last term. We'll revitalize the list of Senate projects on our website, which currently claims the Senate hasn't completed a project in 4 years. That's simply not appealing to prospective members of our organization. And we have proof of that. In an election that should have been full of healthy competition, we saw 16 candidates run for 34 seats. Only one of those candidates was new to our student government, just the one. As Speaker, I'll work tirelessly to build better connections between Senate and students, be it creative networking with clubs or hosting info sessions that extend beyond election logistics. I hope during my time in student government, I've demonstrated my commitment to improving the student experience, and I hope I've earned your faith that I'm well positioned to take on the challenges that we face as we work towards strengthening our ability to serve students. With that being said, I sincerely appreciate all of your consideration tonight. Thank you.
All right, hi everyone. My name is Max Kuehler, and I'm a senior majoring in software engineering, and I use they, them pronouns. You know, I joined student government almost by accident. Before I was a member of student government, I was a member of the exec team for Engineering Student Council. And during one of our meetings, one of our then engineering senators informed us that there were 2 vacancies for the College of Engineering and that they needed filling, and then asked for volunteers. You know, I thought to myself at first, I'll let someone else do this. I have enough on my plate. And so I kept my hand down. After a while, when no one volunteered, and quite frankly, it got a little awkward, I thought, fine, why not? And I raised my hand. I went into this role unsure. Yet, despite that uncertainty, in little more than a year, I've gone on to serve as the senior member of Rules Committee, as the vice chair of Health and Wellness Committee, as well as a member of the Student Initiatives Committee. And so I think it's safe to say that I found a home here in student government. And I just want to let you guys know that you have become members of a truly special organization. And I hope that you all come to love student government as much as I do now. However, I haven't forgotten what it was like to be a new member of this body, to feel overwhelmed at the myriad of procedures we have. I remember sitting down at the table you guys are right now after taking my oath of office and just feeling like I was completely out of my depth, as if I didn't belong. So if that's how you feel right now, I get it. And it's clear to me that without proper knowledge of our procedures, of how we operate, accomplishing the goals that you all have is that much more difficult. And this is where the role of speaker comes into play. Now, what makes a good leader? Some say it's about being the most knowledgeable of how an organization works. Some say it's about being decisive, charismatic even. I would say, well, these things are important To me, one of the most important things is being a resource and listening to the people you lead. And I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I was writing this speech initially, I was creating this list of bland and frankly stale platform points. And I realized that a platform, by nature of it being a platform, emphasizes me, which is what I believe the exact opposite of a good speaker should do, which is to focus on you guys, the success of Senate. Instead, I'm going to give you guys a few goals that I think a good speaker should set that would do that, and obviously which I would do if elected as speaker. Now, the first of these would be to include more working meetings. Working meetings take place before Senate, and they cover important topics of how to be a senator. The meeting we had right before this one, is a good example of that. Another thing I would hope to continue is the mentor-mentee program. This program pairs newer members of student government to a more senior mentor, the idea being the more senior member will help guide the newer members through student government. Another thing I think a good speaker should do is to serve as an effective base of knowledge of how student government works. If you have questions about committees, projects, or anything about the role, in my mind, a good speaker should be able to answer any and all of these questions. And the last thing I'll mention that I think a good speaker should do is to serve as a guide and resource for your projects. And this is where I think it's important to state that the role of speaker is less about having individual specific projects and more about focusing on your projects. Not to say that I don't have my own individual projects, just as speaker, my priority would be to ensure that you guys succeed first. Anyway, that's kind of a list of a few things I think a good speaker should do. I would love any and all questions about either myself, the qualifications, or anything else I said. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Alex Cecil, for those of you that are new or don't know me. I've been in student government the longest out of anyone on Senate, but I'm new to Senate, kind of. I sat at the judicial table for well over a year just watching Senate, and then I decided that I needed to be a part of it. And there are plenty of people that do that don't want to be in leadership, but I have had the opportunity to see 5 presidents and 5 chief justices, and I was one of the chief justices. I've been a chief officer, but I also know what it feels like to just not know what's going on half the time, because I joined the court in February of 2020, which I'm sure you all remember, that was right when COVID started. So I got to learn all of the bylaws and the Constitution and everything remotely from North Carolina back home, and then I got to hear a case right away. And I have a lot of goals to change student government. The court didn't exist whenever I joined. We had to rebuild that, and I'd like to take a similar approach to Senate. Not that Senate doesn't exist, but we have lacking attendance. We need more senators. We need more people to care about this university at a level that really wants to make change in an impactful way. I have ideas for projects that I want to do, but those are not relevant to speaker. I want to help you with URLs. I don't have a specific topic that I want to focus on. I don't have anything. If you all have a project, I want to be there. I want to help you. If I don't know the answer to your question, I will find it, because I spent most of my time in student government looking at things to find the answer to questions that people didn't know. And I think that's a huge benefit, because I know the bylaws a lot better than a lot of people. I don't necessarily share what I know because I'm a fairly quiet person, and I'm working to change that. But if I'm asked questions, I will answer them to the best of my abilities. And I've always enjoyed working in student government. I've always enjoyed working with students. And coming up on my last year, I want to feel as though not only did I make an impact, but I helped everyone in Senate make an impact. And even if I were not to be elected speaker, I would continue to want to do that. Just because I care about this organization and I care about this university. And my biggest goal at first as speaker would be to just advertise that we have open seats. If that means going to clubs and asking people if they're interested, going to different council meetings and advocating for what we do. Just being much more open with the student body. I know there are a lot of people that don't know what we do with their money. They don't know how we benefit them, because we do a lot of things that are not broadcasted, and that's great. We should continue to do that, but making it easier to inform people, I think, is the biggest thing. But if anyone has a project, I want to help you with it because I want to make this university great. Thank you.
With opening comments complete, we will now move into the question stage. Just so everybody is aware, the question stage is currently allotted 15 minutes. Each senator is allotted 2 5-minute speaking privileges. However, within your 5-minute speaking privilege, you are only allowed to ask the nominees 1 question per speaking privilege. Perfect. And with that, Senator Kamstra.
First of all, I want to congratulate all you guys for great speeches. All of you guys have great ideas, and I am excited for this organization moving forward. One, with you three at the helm, coming from experience in the last year, but also you guys obviously being close, or you all being close, and being willing to work and collaborate together. My question for you all is, what is your definition or criteria for a successful Senate meeting?
And also, I forgot to mention for the nominees, you each get 1 minute to answer the question. I will tap the gavel at 20 seconds.
Yeah, so that's a great question that I'd love to talk about. I alluded to this a little bit in my remarks earlier, but having healthy debate in Senate meetings is incredibly important because our goal of being a cohesive body, it doesn't mean that we all sit here in silence and agree with one another. It doesn't mean we shout at each other either, but it means we all have different opinions. And then when there's a bill that we have different perspectives on, we feel comfortable enough sharing our opinions and having quality debate about those things. So that's my main criteria for what I'd consider to be a successful Senate meeting, is just the way that we interact with each other and how we can build that comfort through some of the things that I talked about earlier. So it's like making new senators comfortable, helping connect experienced senators with new senators, things like that, so we can kind of bridge the gap before we hit the floor so we can have those quality conversations.
Yeah, I agree almost entirely with Senator Margaret. He had some pretty great remarks. I do want to add on to that, though. In addition to having a good and healthy debate, I think it's also important that senators understand all of the bills and currently up for debate. My primary emphasis is going to be considering like bylaw bills. So I don't think it's your responsibility as members not on Rules Committee to have to understand our bylaws. And frankly, when bylaw bills come up, they can be confusing and hard to understand, which in my mind kind of can stifle debate, because you shouldn't have to read through 40 pages of bylaws to understand what's going on. So I also think Rules Committee and the Speaker in general should focus on ensuring that you guys understand bylaw bills. So that, in addition to debate, I think, or a good healthy debate, I would classify that as a good Senate meeting.
I would define a good Senate meeting as affecting positive change on campus. If that means we have to debate about a bill for a while, that's great, but if something like funding student legal services, which I feel like is a fairly agreeable bill, comes up, I don't think there should be debate on that. And I think it's relative to what's going on. But as long as at the end of the day, we're not creating enemies in this room and we're affecting positive change on campus, I think we've had successful meetings.
All right, we will now move to Senator Mahoney.
Madam President, I move to add Senators Chenoweth and Everhart to the roll.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, they shall be added.
All right. So I have a couple questions, but I will ask only my one. Organization of leaders, and that's a really daunting task. And so I want to ask three of you, how would you describe your leadership style?
Well, thank you, Senator Mahoney, for that question. I want to figure out a way to put this elegantly, but I do have a lot of experience when it comes to that sort of organizational leadership. So I agree with a lot of what believe Senator Cecil mentioned, is that the role of speaker is not to have a bunch of projects, because I'll certainly have my own projects as a senator, as a College of Business senator, but specifically the role of speaker means connecting people and having an organized system where we can help people understand what their resources are and connect with each other so we don't get concurrent projects happening at the same time. So I think my ability to delegate and to organize those sorts of things in a clear way is something that will very much help in that role. Does that answer your question, Senator Mahoney? Thank you.
I guess to kind of answer this question in one word, if I could, it would be communication. An organization like this with so many moving parts, so many different people, it's going to be very important to communicate, so making sure that everyone is on the same page with each other. And this just means that if I'm going to do anything or take any action, I want to make sure that I have as many perspectives as possible hearing my actions. And I don't know what the right word is, just kind of checking me, because obviously I'm not perfect, and I do want to hear everyone else's perspectives, which I think is valid. And those of you that do know me, I think it's pretty clear that I always ask for advice, I always ask for help, and I would want to make sure that, I do that here, so, yeah.
I honestly feel like I'm going to echo. So that's always great, perk of being third. But I don't see a speaker as someone that's like greater than anyone else on Senate. They just have more responsibility to make Senate function. They have taken on the job to make sure Senate works. So they're a fellow senator that other senators can ask questions, and they should be asking just as many questions. They need to make sure everyone's on the same page, or at least procedurally on the same page, and they need to be available. If I were speaker next semester, I have 2 completely open days, and then my other days are kind of wherever, but every minute that I could, I'd be in the office. So I think just being available is the biggest asset there.
Senator Hackbarth.
Honestly, wasn't expecting being called next. I believe one of the biggest aspects of leadership is not only, leading in the middle of a session and leading when we're halfway through our terms, but leading at the very beginning. And that starts with a strong transition between leaders. Have any of you discussed your plan to run for speaker with a former leader of Senate, or have you had any way to make that transition smoother so you are not essentially thrown into the deep end?
Firstly, thank you. And then to answer your question, I very much have had conversations with our outgoing speaker, now Senator Mahoney, because I agree with you. You absolutely need that solid transition so we don't lose things, and that institutional knowledge we can keep going. So I very much have connected with leaders before me, and that's actually something I did before I decided on this role. Because when I was deciding to run for speaker, it wasn't I really want to be speaker, so I want to better understand what the responsibility is, and then I'll decide if I'm a good fit for the position and if it's the right time for me to fill that role. I'd also just point out, kind of as a similar point to your question, I've also tried to connect with as many senators as I can. Obviously, if you're a new senator, I haven't had the chance to connect with you, but I also think hearing from people who aren't in leadership positions is valuable as well, so you can understand maybe what we can do to improve, because that's the natural, order of leadership.
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I'm not gonna say what Senator Marquardt said, because I agree with him. I have spoken to President Ludwig, who was also a former speaker, so he definitely gave me a little bit of insight into the role there. And also serving as the senior member of Rules Committee, I got to work closely alongside with former Vice Speaker Brewick and former Speaker Mahoney, giving me a very well-rounded understanding of the role. And I think, given some of my points, I think it's important to include more working meetings in the mentor-mentee program, because obviously, as new senators, you guys don't really have a whole lot of experience with the role, so that's where I think we need to hit the ground running and make sure that you guys really get to understand Senate as soon as possible. So, yeah.
So I primarily asked my questions about Speaker and Vice Speaker and leadership in Senate to Senator Brooke, or outgoing Vice Speaker Brooke, solely because Senator Mahoney is going to be here, and I pester him with enough questions, so I figured I'd wait until we were in session to pester him about stuff. But I spoke to President Ludwig. Actually, at the time, I was looking at running for president, but that definitely is not a fit for me. That's just not the kind of job that I'd be pursuing. It's a lot more paperwork. I like people more. I don't like people, but I like people more than paper. So that's kind of where that is. But yeah, I've talked to leadership. I've been around a long time. I enjoy talking to people. And I just want to echo the mentor-mentee program and working meetings. Those are a huge benefit. I don't want to repeat, so I haven't said them yet, but I really like them and I want to do them too. I just hate having echoing things, so.
Time. Okay. Senator Eisma.
Yeah. I know it has been touched on a little bit from all three of you, but as we go further into the year, and especially near the end of each session, we always have the more big and somewhat controversial bills in the past that have sparked many long debates. How will each of you handle conflicts or disagreements within the Senate, and what strategies will you use to promote and compromise and collaboration among senators with different viewpoints?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I very much like healthy debate on the Senate floor, but when it comes to making, major compromises, I don't think that on the floor is the most conducive time for us to get those things done. So it's kind of a roundabout answer to your question, but I think we need a preemptive approach to avoiding conflicts on things like that. So I mentioned education in terms of external, but internally we need better education too when it comes to some of those controversial bills. So it's things like having copies of these bills that outline specific changes for those who aren't, encyclopedias of Robert's rules like outgoing Vice Speaker Bruick was. It's about disseminating these materials further in advance from meetings so you can have the time to kind of sleep on it a little bit and understand. And it's about being a resource so you can help answer those questions. So I think having a preemptive approach there gives us a much better mechanism to avoid those sorts of conflicts on the floor.
Yeah, I agree. Preemptive approach is a very good idea, and I would also like to add on to that. Finance committee, they take a very good approach to when they review the P&C, which is how we decide what we fund. They task members of finance committee with reaching out to members outside of finance committee so that they can get a pretty good understanding of the bill, which is which I also think we should extend that to rules committee so that we can understand everything. But when contentious debate breaks out on the floor, it can kind of get heated in the moment. But I think my favorite thing about Senate is that you can disagree with someone on the floor and then go out with them afterwards and pretend it didn't happen. I think the most important thing is that we understand that we all want what's best for this organization, and we all have its best interests at heart. And yeah, that's all I got.
I'm really going to reiterate what they said. I think managing conflict on the floor is a difficult task because it's natural. I've definitely had moments where I just wanted to yell at people, and that's more of an internal choice that you have to make on how you're going to react on Senate bills on the floor. But working to maintain a good relationship among all senators would be a great place to work on that. And that's not an easy thing to do. Last year we got fortunate where we kind of had that. But communicating and having a good relationship on the speaker's part to the rest of Senate is great, because then prior to meetings or after meetings, they can communicate with the speaker what they felt needed to be changed or what their issues were. And then the speaker can work to maintain that over time. I don't think you can really fix conflict on the floor, but I think you can work to have enough respect in Senate to mitigate a lot of issues.
Okay.
Madam President, I move to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Is there a second? Are there any objections to extending debate by 10 minutes? Seeing none, debate shall be extended. With that, Senator Mahoney.
So another major component of being speaker is making tough decisions sometimes. There's going to be times you're under a lot of stress, dealing with some really ugly things sometimes, just as a group of chief officers, or having to issue nonfeasances, or even mis- or malfeasances, having tough conversations where you have to more or less be the disciplinarian of the branch. And it's not fun, especially when sometimes it's people you're friends with. So I want you guys to describe kind of your ability to make those tough decisions and deal with sort of being the bad guy sometimes when you need to be.
So to answer your question, I wouldn't mind sharing a quick other experience of mine that I think is applicable, which is I'm a member of ASSET. And for those of you who aren't familiar, that's a program that we fund every year that funds social services in Story County. And the reason I bring that up is because we don't have enough money to fund everything. And it's incredibly unfortunate. But those of us who are in that room, we have to make tough decisions about how we can maximize our impact and say things that are unpopular. So I'll be honest, I've experienced representing students when we're a minority in the room, and sometimes there are tough decisions that need to be made. Part of making those tough decisions is having the framework in place so that we all have conducive relationships, so that when we walk out of the Senate, you know, that disagreement, that tough decision, it doesn't affect us personally. So it's about having the experience to make those tough decisions, but it's about having the framework in place so that when we do have to make those tough decisions, it's not something that negatively impacts any individual or our organization as a whole.
Yeah, I think being able to make those tough decisions is absolutely essential in a leader. But I think it's also important to say that you shouldn't be the only one that has to, I guess, have insight on those tough decisions. And that was a bad way of saying that. But basically, I don't want to be the final person making these decisions. I want other insight on the matter. And this is where I think it's important to state the importance of the relationship between the speaker and vice speaker. Because in my mind, they are a cohesive unit. And I don't really think one should do things without the other. So if there is an instance where, as speaker, I would hypothetically have to have a difficult conversation with another member of this body, I would want to make sure the vice speaker is aware and, I guess, is a check on what I'm about to say to make sure that I am handling the situation in the best possible way. Because as I said before, I'm not infallible.
I agree. You definitely got to use the vice speaker if you are a speaker. However, I think there is a greater place to get advice and to understand if you're questioning decisions, and that's our advisor, Sophie. I have used her when I was a Chief Justice just to talk through some things, and I've used her since then just to talk through things, whether it's student government or not. But using your resources to decide whether or not things have to be done on your own or not is a big deal, but also sometimes you do need to make that decision, and that's how that has to be. And that's something that I have experience doing through student government and many other routes, just being a chief officer, but also leadership across campus in other ways. So.
Senator Everhart.
Okay, first and foremost, I want to apologize for being late and missing a couple of your opening speeches. But since I am new to Senate, I don't really know like a whole lot about the Speaker of the Senate, and I've been involved in numerous clubs and organizations on campus. Can you guys tell me about a role outside of student government that has prepared you to be Speaker of the Senate?
Yes, that's a great question, and I'm happy to answer anything else that you might have missed in our opening statements. But I will, as a specific example that's prepared me for the role of speaker, I will say I'm a member of IRHA, so that's Inter-Residence Hall Association. For part of my time there, I was a representative of Senate, but now I'm just a member, because having that experience, I knew was something I wanted to continue. And in that sort of situation, you have a lot of differing opinions, and you have a lot of controlled chaos on the floor. And so it's sort of making those decisions in that situation about what do I need to contribute and how can I guide this conversation in a way that's constructive. So that's, albeit not exactly like Senate, it kind of prepped me to have those sorts of interactions, and it's one of the things that made me more confident in my ability to fulfill this role.
This is going to sound a little weird, but I developed games on Roblox as a hobby, and one of the games I developed was particularly popular, and it had a little group set up. with it, and I was one of 3 people in charge of it with my friends. And the game did pretty well. It was pretty popular, which was cool. But the reason why I'm mentioning that is because in my capacity as that leader, it was very similar to how I view speaker now, which, as I said, as speaker, I would focus on the success of you guys. And for the game, we had a number of people helping with the development, moderating the Discord server and stuff. And my primary goal was to make sure that they were growing as people, that they were developing. And that was my primary emphasis. Yes, to develop the game, but also to make sure that I was helping them to become better people. And that's what I want to do with you guys.
So I have been here a long time, so it took me a second to figure out how to answer your question. But I've had 2 internships over the past 2 summers where I had a project throughout the internship, and then I had to present to, last summer it was their board, but the summer before that it was just people that were in the area that had a meeting. But presenting to them, I had to develop essentially proposals on why they should do what I was looking at, why they should invest in these things. And having that, it prepared me in a way that I didn't really expect. It made me understand that I needed to have answers to questions I didn't even know were going to be asked. And I feel like that describes speaker a lot. There are people that have questions about things that we don't know are going to be proposed today. And I think being able to think on your feet and understand things, and having jobs like that where you have to do that have prepared me. So.
Senator Janes.
So you guys all touched upon how you would make Senate internally with members more welcoming and accessible by adding those things like that transition or that big document and the website. But how are you guys, what's your strategies to make it more accessible for people out of Senate, for people who, for the open forum or for just general, like hopefully becoming new senators down the line?
So to be honest with you, I touched on this, but I'd love a lot more time to talk about it, because that sort of external education of reaching out to people is something that I really think we need to improve, because we're kind of at a turning point in our organization. So right now, if you want to be involved with student government, and this is not an exhaustive list, but you have things like the website and Club Fest, and then meetings for people we know already want to be senators, and meetings for people who want to know Robert's rules. If you're outside of student government, your interest probably isn't on those technical things. You might love Robert's rules because it's definitely something useful, but that's not your passion. We don't have connections to get those, prospective senators and at-larges because we have such specific narrow targets for our outreach. So I'd love to expand that beyond Club Fest and expand going to other organizations, maybe hosting better info sessions on our own. And also connecting with the DEI committee is something that we've historically done in the past, and I'm looking to continue, because then we make sure that we're connecting with the groups of people that especially need to be in this room.
I'm not going to lie, I don't have a great answer for your question. I do not have the marketing and outreach brain. That is not my area of expertise. But one thing I will say is one of the powers that the speaker has is to create ad hoc committees. And I think we can all agree that student government does have an outreach problem, and we do need to strive to reach members of this campus. So I would consider the creation of an ad hoc committee tasking us to focus on our outreach. And another thing that I've said before is that I don't want to be alone in making these decisions. I want all of you guys, well, not all of you guys, but I want as many people as possible to be involved in these important discussions. So I think an ad hoc committee would be a really good place for those of you that are passionate about outreach and are passionate about these ideas to join this committee and help us with our outreach. I, of course, would love to help, but I recognize that this is not one of my strengths, so I don't want to lie and say that I have a great solution for this.
So my entire student government career, I've been trying to pull people into it, and I have not been in a position where that was easy. The court does not have as much of an influence as it should on how to get its members. Actually, I'll rephrase that. It has exactly the amount it should, but it's not a significant amount. And so I have a lot of ideas on how to do it, but my biggest idea is mostly just rely on our committees, but be present. At the start of next semester, I want to be going to as many committees as possible and having those committees advocate for people to join, because each committee reaches out to a different group in different ways. DEI is a big one. We should have them advocating just as much as PR advocates for everyone to join. But SI, they have lots of events. We could advocate for people to join there. We have a lot of routes, and we need a lot of ideas. Thank you.
That there's currently less than a minute left of the questions.
I just didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking about what we're doing next. I move to add Senator Becker to the roll.
Senator Mahoney.
So, I'm going to talk here for a little bit. I'm sorry. So the biggest thing I've learned over the last year in being speaker is that speaker is really the person that internally runs student government. As I kind of said when I asked the question about how your leadership style is, a lot of your time is going to be spent a lot of time of speakers is going to be spent talking to each individual within student government, not just senators, but obviously especially focused on senators. It's not about the agendas, it's not about running rules committee, knowing bylaws, any of that jazz. Frankly, I'll still be here, so I'll still be doing a lot of the bylaw stuff and parliamentary stuff anyways. Those of you that know me know I'm still 200 hours deep into a bylaw rewrite that I'm not going to stop on because I'm too deep into it now. But I want you guys to be thinking about when you're voting later today, the biggest person that you see, or the person that you see out there to be the best leader, period. That is going to be the person that will be the person you want to be able to rely on. I do want to speak in favor of Senator Margaret. I was the one that pushed him to run for speaker. First it was vice speaker, and then later I pushed him to run for speaker. I think he's the most qualified one up there to be speaker. I think he's been a real force in Senate and a real force in my rules committee over the last year. I've really seen him grow into be a very capable leader that I think will help mentor other leaders within this organization. He's going to work really, really well with all the other chief officers. He's going to fight for Senate really hard when Senate needs to be fought for. And I think he's organized enough that he's going to do a great job in kind of fostering that communication that just moves through speaker generally. Part of that also is I'm wary of the other two nominees, personally. I'll be completely honest, neither of them approached me whatsoever in talking about my thoughts on what being speaker meant. They never sought me for any advice. Senator Margaret did before anything happened. There's also some concerns, I think, about their leadership style in being speaker. I will be point blank honest with you. There has been repeated instances of Senator Kuehler encouraging or discouraging people from running for these two positions because they thought they were going to win it. And Senator Cecil has had some attitude towards different committees that he just didn't think that because they weren't mandatory, he didn't have to go. So I've had some concerns with the pair of them and just sort of their attitude towards this very significant leadership role. And so I think Senator Margret is the one that I will be voting for. He's the one I think would be a great speaker next year. Yeah. I'm going to yield the rest of my time to my outgoing vice speaker, Baruch.
Hey, also, as Eddie mentioned, I'm the outgoing vice speaker. Most of y'all met me at the mock meeting, but if not, hi, I'm Andrew. Nice to meet y'all. I'm not going to speak in favor of any one of the candidates. I'm not endorsing or distancing myself from any Mahoney's comments. I just don't feel like it's appropriate as not a member of the Senate to put myself in that manner, but I did want to just talk to you guys a little bit. This is a very important thing you guys are doing to the returners. You know, this is probably cake, but for the new people, this is probably, you know, a big decision to just be making as you've been here for 5 minutes. I guess it's an hour now, but, you know, metaphorically 5 minutes. So I just want to say that the speaker, a lot of the times, I mean, you look at the speaker and they're the leader, and that's definitely true, but it's important to remember that they're for you. They work for you. You don't respond to them. They're not in charge of you. And they're supposed to be here for you. They represent you. So I think it's important to consider their temperament, the way they will encourage, how they will help you along with your projects and encourage you, their knowledge of the institution and the organization, their experience, and just, you know, how they are as a person supporting other people, because that's really the important thing. The speaker can introduce bills just like the rest of us, but at the end of the day, they are not they're the most important person, but they're not the most important person. It's just there for you. I can personally attest that, I mean, I was vice speaker, but as a senator, as anyone else, I've been able to do just as much as the speaker. There's nothing that holds me back. So they are your equal, and you should consider that.
Senator Eisma.
On a more uplifting note, I want to speak in favor of Senator Margaret, getting to work with him over the past year as a fellow residential hall senator. He has been the most dedicated member to student government, more than anyone else I've known, second to the more senior members of Senate. And there's a reason he is jokingly known as the carbon copy of Ludwig. I strongly recommend Senator Margaret, and I will be voting for him.
Senator Agba.
I believe that Dre was next. Or no? Oh, it's okay.
It doesn't matter. I called on you.
I guess I was debating whether or not to ask this during the question phase, but I guess I ran out of time, so I will say it here, I guess. In the months leading up to this meeting, Senator Keeler mentioned how they would talk with every committee. However, they had never, came to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I personally found this kind of disrespectful, not only to the committee, but the effort that we put into our work. In my time in student government, DEI has been routinely seen as one of the least, if not the lowest priority of all committees. Until this previous semester, DEI did not have its own funding, despite other committees having their own. Last semester, a bill with the help of DEI focused on uplifting the Black community in Iowa State, and was met with questioning that was less about the bill and more about the people. Issues like these are intrinsically DEI focused and are issues that a speaker should help address. By not even attempting to communicate with the committee or its constituents displays a behavior that I wish to not see in a speaker. I'm not stating that DEI should have a higher priority than other committees, but I am saying that what I'm looking for in a speaker is someone who views all committees and their constituents as equals. And I would like to, that's all. I yield.
Senator Dre.
I just wanted to share with everybody some things that I had heard from the nominees. Margaret did approach me and told me that he was running for a position, but when he approached me, it was more on the track of I want to be vice speaker, and so I was just a little bit confused at him taking the nomination tonight when he wanted to be vice speaker specifically instead of speaker, and I didn't know if anyone had anything to say that they had heard something different. I did know that Cecil was running tonight, and if, from what I have heard tonight from other people, if he is a great option for speaker and Margaret does want vice more, that will be my choice.
Senator Janes?
Sorry. Coming from someone who's a new member, I mean, I am the metaphorical 5 minutes in the Senate. I was really basing it off of things that came from a perspective of not really student government. And coming from a big thing, I heard communication. Hearing the 3 speeches, hearing the 3 answers, and through the entire thing, I would say Margaret was one of the best communicators. He brought up very strict solutions. He used, I felt like there was a nice timeline to it. Cecil seemed like his answers were very vague and was based on a lot of outreaching ideas. I thought he had good ideas, but I just felt like he could have used more concrete examples and concrete solutions. And Senator Cooler, I think, was like that nice middle area where they were more concrete in their answers, but I feel like there was moments they could have been more, they were a little more vague than I would have liked. So coming from that, from a communication, I feel like Margaret was the best communicator. I understand speaking in front of Senate is different than speaking to me in a conversation, but I have had like a total of a minute with each member. And on the welcoming side, unfortunately, I wasn't able to talk to Cooler before coming in, but I was able to talk to Margaret because they are my co-senator for Ivy, and Seal does sit next to me, and they both seem very welcoming coming from a new member perspective. That's it, but going by that, I would probably lean towards Margaret. I've been very much trying to fight my internal biases as him being a fellow Ivy College business, but looking at it from the perspective of communication and welcomingness, I would definitely move for that person. I yield the rest of my time.
Senator Everhart?
This is my first year as a senator, and I'm going to kind of echo off of what Senator Janes had to say. I feel like, Senator Margaret, he just went above and beyond to, reach out to those new people. As someone who was a write-in candidate, Senator Margaret, out of the 3 candidates, was the only person to reach out to me about student government, and I think that says a lot as far as a communication standpoint. So I yield.
Before I call on Senator Momney, I just want everyone to be aware there's currently a little under 4 minutes left on the time for this current section of debate.
Madam President, I move to extend debate by 10 minutes.
Are there any objections to extending debate by 10 minutes? Seeing none, debate shall be extended. Senator Momney.
Okay, I did it. Yay me. About a year ago, something like that. Today I was sitting in the same seat as all the new senators, scared and not understanding a single thing and not knowing a single thing about any of the speakers who were running. I had no idea who any of them were personally. All I had to go off of was gut feelings. I'll be honest, of the candidates, when we had a couple revotes because there was ties or just not a clear cut, I don't remember exactly. But the first time that I raised my hand, I voted for somebody who I thought just maybe needed the position, kind of ignored my gut feeling. It was, obviously not somebody who currently had the seat. Then the second time I went with my gut feeling, I just want to stress to the new senators that if you have that gut feeling of who you think would be a good person, despite what they might say up there, don't ignore that. Secondly, on the fact that I really can't speak for Margaret. I really don't remember a conversation I've had with him, so I have a little bit of bias towards the other two because I have had conversations with them and I can't speak towards them personally. I just don't remember talking with Margaret. I don't know if we're never around the same circle, but I've heard great things about him. I'm not gonna count him out. I think he is very qualified for the position, but I would just like to bring up the fact that he also had the opportunity to speak first. It's a lot easier to be more clear and concise when you have the opportunity to speak first before the other two. So of course they're going to have less of an opportunity to say something, because when you're up there and you're trying to make a point to a body, you don't want to sit there and just repeat everything that the person said before you. It kind of discredits what you're saying. So I don't want you guys to be like, oh no, they had no idea what they were doing and they didn't know what they were saying. I mean, for one, Cecil was third. He couldn't really say a lot without sounding like he was just copying off of everybody. So that's just my 2 cents, and stick with your gut.
Senator Gopa?
So yeah, this is my second term as a senator, and probably like 6 months ago, Senator Margaret was the only one who actually came up to me after my first meeting, and he actually helped me understand how these meetings work. And yeah, I think he'd do the same as speaker, and I'd really want him as speaker. I'm not. Oh wait. Yeah, I would endorse nominating. Voting on Quinn Margaret as speaker. Thank you.
Senator Braun?
I kind of wanted to respond what Senator Dre was talking about. Senator Margaret did approach me and was talking about becoming or wanting to become vice speaker, but the talking points that he said during our conversation were the same exact ones he addressed as in a speech to become speaker. Just yesterday, he told me he wanted to be speaker, and honestly, working with him at local affairs, it's been honestly fantastic. He's one of the hardest working people I know. He's extremely passionate about everything, and I think that passion that he has pushes him above and beyond everyone else. I yield.
Senator Leese?
Is this thing on? All right. Being a write-in senator and being kind of last-minutely put into this thing, and I apologize for my absence on the mock meeting. I was studying for an econ test. But after hearing everybody's points and not having a conversation with any of them, Senator Margaret seems very, very prepared for the role in terms of his ideas for new senators, especially like his ideas fixing the online directory and his new senator package. It's very appealing to me personally. So I personally am going to vote for Senator Margaret, but yeah, I yield.
Senator Hackbarth?
Okay. I would have to agree with a lot of the sentiment around the room. Senator Margaret is a very well-spoken, very well-prepared individual. I would like to speak on behalf of Senator Keeler, though. I've worked alongside Senator Keeler for over a year now. I won this position last year as a write-in candidate. I won with 17 votes, and Senator Keeler was the only one out of all of the College of Engineering senators who actually reached out to me, despite only being on Senate for 2 months at that point, being like, hey, welcome. This is what you're going to do. This is how it's going to go. And so I do believe that Senator Keeler, while has probably been very busy preparing for this role and did not get as much outreach as Quinn, has been known to do this before in the past. So just because you haven't met them yet doesn't mean you're not ever going to meet them. But with that in mind, there is no bad candidate up there tonight. I think all of them have just astounding qualifications, and I think any of them, given the chance, would make a phenomenal speaker. And with that, I yield.
Senator Mahoney?
I am going to yield some more time to my outgoing vice speaker.
I did just want to give a little insight based on Senator Dre's question. I initially, when I was running for Senate leadership, thought that I wanted to run for vice speaker and just vice speaker. And I was pretty set in that. I was like, I'm not cut out for speaker. And then I had conversations with people, and they said, no, you really probably should run for speaker, that you would do good in the role. And I think that while it's easy to like hear someone's running for vice speaker, and it's personally easy to have that plan and to be fully truthful in the intent that you only want to run for one specific role, a lot of times it's just, for whatever reason, there's a block that you just don't, you're like, oh, I couldn't be that. You know, I couldn't be the head person. I could be the vice. I can be the second. I can be that. But just a lot of times there's a lot of doubt to it. So I don't think that personally, I wouldn't have any concern that, personally, the Senator Margaret's head isn't in it, just because I personally have been in that exact same spot. And then I decided to run for speaker, and unfortunately, I did face my epic defeat at the hands of Senator Mahoney. But, things happen, and I did become vice speaker, as was originally my goal. But things just happen, and it's hard to, say in the moment what you're confident in running for until people really point it out to you. So I think it just kind of happens.
I move to the clarification stage.
Is there a second?
All right. We're gonna ask the nominees to come back in.
Okay. Yes, I will explain that as soon as the nominees come back in, just so they're aware of everything as well.
They vote as well.
Yes. Okay, so we will now enter the clarification stage. This will once again receive 15 minutes, but can be extended like the other two stages have. Everyone will receive 2 5-minute speaking privileges to ask questions to the nominees. You can direct it or debate. You can direct any question specifically at any certain nominee that you would wish, but also keep in mind that their answers will now count as part of your speaking privilege. So if you feel that they may be taking too much of your speaking privilege time, you are able to cut them off if you wish. With that, we will now begin the clarification stage. Is there anyone that would like to ask any questions or enter debate? Senator Janes.
So for all three of you guys, I didn't realize this part until during the debate stage about the importance of committees. Can you guys talk about your personal activity with committees and history, and then try to limit it so all three can speak at one point?
Yes, like you mentioned, I'll try to be very brief. That's not a thing I'm great at. But my committee involvement right now is last term I was a member of the Rules Committee as well as the Local Affairs Committee. And being speaker gives you an opportunity to be involved with more committees without having that same 2-committee limit. So I don't have involvement in all of them, but I'm really excited for the potential mechanism for me to do that.
Last semester, as I mentioned, I served as a senior member of Rules Committee. That just means I was the longest serving senator in Rules Committee. In addition to that, I also served as the vice chair of Health and Wellness Committee, as well as a member on the Student Initiatives Committee. I also served on 2 university committees, which these are not Senate committees. So one of them was our Lectures Committee, and the other one was Chief Newton's Advisory Board. And I'm sorry, could you explain the last bit of your question, or did I answer it? I can't remember.
Yeah, you did. Sorry.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
So I joined Senate towards the end of last session, not towards the end, in like February. No, I don't know when I joined Senate, but it was a short term and I was on rules. But before that, in the court, I kind of went to as many committees as I could. And the way my classes were while I was on the court, some committees I didn't get to go to, but I struggled to choose what committees to join. And I just want to support all the committees. So, yeah.
Okay, are there any? Senator Momini.
So, I guess I'm not exactly sure how to phrase this question. Obviously, as leader of the Senate, your job is to connect with all of your senators, lead them, help them with their goals, their projects. Obviously, a lot of us in this room have projects that we try to push out towards either specific groups, all groups, marginalized groups. As a person in a marginalized group myself, how would you ensure that your senators and you yourself are able to reach out and help marginalized groups, poor students, students of all different experiences, especially ones that you don't come from, if that makes sense?
I assume that's for all of us.
Yes, yes, please.
I just want to check. So yeah, that's a great question, and I'll be the first one to admit that when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, that's not an area that I have a tremendous amount of experience, I'll tell you that. But what I think is really important, and I kind of talked about this earlier and I'm happy to expand on it, is when we're doing outreach to pick our senators and find who's part of student government, it's about working with the DEI committee to find the right people to be in the room. It's about having the right people on the committees to represent their constituencies as senators. And then within that, it's making sure that we fairly work with all the senators that we have. Hopefully we've established a diverse group of senators at that point to make sure that we're having conversations with them to help them feel comfortable in sharing and representing their ideas and helping them connect with one another to do the same.
I think the responsibility should be on us to make sure that we are reaching out to marginalized communities. To that end, this was primarily a project I worked on exclusively with the College of Engineering because I'm an engineering senator. But I had a goal and a project that I worked on with Senator Hackbarth, and we set out to reach out to engineering clubs in marginalized communities to hear their perspective and understand their perspective. And I think I would like to continue this project in the future, and I think in continuing that, I would want to put, an emphasis on student government. What could student government do for you? What do you need on campus? So, as I said, primary thing, responsibility should be on us to make sure that we are reaching out.
So, growing up, I had the opportunity to go to an international school in Switzerland where I met people from all over the world, and the one thing that I learned there is that you need to talk to the right people. Like, you don't know everything about everyone. So having the right people in the room, having the right people in the discussions, whether that's talking to clubs that represent marginalized communities if they're not represented here, or finding the representatives here that really have a passion to work on that, and going farther than student government to actually work with that, because I'll admit we're not great at that. And we really need to push farther than just this room to help marginalized communities and represent them.
Senator Janes?
All three of you guys are coming in with a lot of passion, a lot of experience. With that passion, there's moments where you're going to have a lot of workload, and no matter how prepared you are, you're going to have moments where you're going to be unprepared. What are strategies you have in place to prevent burnout and prevent feeling of wanting to give up, especially with hard projects that you might not have the funding for, the people for, the commitment for yourself?
Firstly, thank you for your question, and I sincerely appreciate all the questions you've asked tonight. When it comes to burnout, I've been a part of groups in the past, and my natural instinct as a person is to become very invested. And so that's an incredible strength, but at the same time, it's something that I have to be careful about. So when it comes to working on projects and working on things in the Senate, it's about knowing when something's not going to work right now, but it's worth coming back to later. Because if we get too far into one thing and we're pushing and it's not working, we need new voices in the room, we need to give it some time, and we need to reconsider it. And secondly, just in terms of workload, this year, no matter where I end up in student government, I'm very prepared to take more of a leadership role in our organization, and so I've oriented my classwork for next fall and beyond in accordance with that.
Just to clarify, when you talk about burnout, are you talking about specifically personally with myself?
Yeah, I'm talking about you specifically.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Burnout is something that I have an unfortunately familiar relationship with. Similarly to Senator Margaret, I have the tendency to get over involved in things and sort of shut down when it becomes too much. However, that was something I struggled with in the past, and I have gotten increasingly better at being aware of my limits. And to that end, I take less classes, so I only take 12 credit hours a semester. I added on another semester to my time here at Iowa State simply because I wanted to enjoy my life, and that includes spending more time in student government. So I did that to avoid burnout, and I also did it, like I said, to spend more time here and enjoy my life.
So I had the unfortunate experience of feeling burnout for the last 2 weeks, but I recently got over it, and I did that by finding out why I was doing what I was doing. So it was for my coursework, and I really want to go to grad school for specific things, and just getting back into like, why do I want to be here? And I can do the same thing for student government. Just all around, if I'm feeling burnout, what drives me is why I'm here. So for student government, it's making Iowa State better. And for my schoolwork, it's my goals in the end, like what I want to do in my career. But those right now are pretty much equal. I want to make this campus better and I want to achieve my career goals. And just having the drive and passion to continue those helps me prevent from falling into burnout for prolonged periods of time. Everyone goes through it a little bit, but getting yourself out of there is a big deal. And for me, that's just knowing why I'm here. So.
Do you yield?
Yeah.
All right. Senator Lambertson.
So we are definitely all human, and this might be kind of a repetitive question. And of course, we all have our own weaknesses, and you guys have discussed your strengths and the way that you are able to overcome or just be passionate with your strengths in general. But when it comes to our weaknesses, what is the way that you overcome those, and what is your way to be valid about that?
So to respond to that that got louder. To respond to that pretty concisely, I think the weakness I would identify in my past has been delegation. So again, it's been my instinct to become incredibly involved with things and really putting in a lot of time myself. And it's incredibly important to have someone who's invested in the cause and what we're doing, and I am. But over the years, I've tried to work to develop, my ability to delegate by realizing I can't do everything. And I'm not always the best person to do a specific thing. So it's about having the ability to recognize when someone else has a strength that you don't. And when we're in a collaborative body like this, it's about working with that person to utilize the skills that they have. Because speaker isn't about being an individual, it's about being that connection, is my point.
Thank you very much for asking this question. And I actually asked the same question for last year's speaker race, so I think it's very important. Before I actually mention one of my specific weaknesses, I think the reason why it's so important to understand them is because you don't want to be blindsided by them. Being aware of your weaknesses is half the battle, but if you're not aware of them, they can come out of nowhere and you're completely unaware of them and you end up hurting those around you. So this is why I think it's so important to be aware of your weaknesses. And the one I'm going to mention is I don't know how to describe this, but I don't want to upset people. And even if I have the slight hint that I have disappointed someone or made someone angry or mad, then I shut down. I have the tendency to shut down because I don't want to face that. I feel bad. I feel terrible. And the longer I put off interacting with this person, the worse the anxiety gets. So that's something I've worked very hard on in the past few years, is kind of forcing myself to make sure that I do reach out to people. And if if I'm at the point where I can't do it, I can't reach out to someone, then I will ask for help. I've gotten much better at asking for help because that's another one of my weaknesses. Asking for help is very important, but yeah.
So my weakness is self-isolating, which I feel like is very similar to other things that were discussed, but I'll take on workloads, and then if I feel that I'm struggling or can't really get it done, I tend to just go more inward. And I've been working to avoid that, talking to advisors and doing all of that just to kind of like build a schedule and know where I'm going and have people say, hey, how are you going? But yeah, my biggest weakness is definitely just trying to do stuff on my own, but I also hate doing stuff on my own. But I just tend to do it because I want to just keep rolling with projects. And I work to talk to a lot of people to keep me accountable to work with other people. So.
Madam President, I move to add Senator Becker to the roll.
She's been added. Okay. Do you yield?
I yield.
Righty. Okay, with that, there is currently 3 minutes left of clarification stage. Is there any further questions or discussion at this time?
Second.
Question has been called and seconded, so we will now, are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now move into a roll call vote.
Point of order, the nominees have a 2-minute closing speaking privilege.
Thank you. We will now move into closing comments, beginning with Senator Margaret.
Well, I'll be honest with you, we're going to be here pretty late tonight. I'm not going to take up a tremendous amount of your time with my closing comments, but I really hope in my remarks tonight I've expressed a couple specific things. I hope I've emphasized that education is a high priority for me in reaching the right people. Because as a student government, we're at a pivotal moment where we need more people who are interested. And I'll be very clear, it's not that there aren't people who are passionate and talented and interested on this campus, it's that we're not finding them. We don't have a shortage of people who would be perfect in this room, who would be perfect at-larges, who would be great on cabinet, who could run for president, whatever have you. If you pick someone who walks by this room right now, they don't know the important things that we do. But I'm sure if they did, they would want to be a part of this organization. And then secondly, I really hope I've emphasized the connections I want to build between people within our Senate and within our student government as a whole. I've yet to meet so many of you tonight. I haven't shook your hand, I haven't learned your name, and that's something that I want to do. It's not about having a speaker who does all the work, it's about having a speaker who knows how to connect people with each other and who knows how to delegate and do all of those things. So I hope I've emphasized so many of those important points tonight. And once again, I thank you for your consideration, and I yield for the final time.
I actually didn't prepare a closing speech. Even though I wrote the bylaws for this process, I forgot about it. So I will do my best here. I don't believe that I'm the best candidate. I don't believe that any of us are the best candidate. We all have different visions for this body, but the most important thing is that we want what's best for this body. And the question for you guys should not be who's the best person for this position, because frankly, we are all equally qualified. The question you need to be asking is, whose vision aligns most with mine? Whose vision do I think would be the best for this body? That's the question I think you should ask. Yeah, that's all I got.
So no matter how much I want to lead you all and help you all succeed, whether or not I'm speaker, I'm going to pester everyone, especially these two, because I know they're driven and passionate about this. But I have a meeting scheduled with Sophie for Monday to talk about my goals. So regardless of the outcome, I'm going to work my butt off to achieve good things and make this campus better before I leave. I just want to make a lasting impact, and I hope to help you all do the same. So.
With closing comments now complete, we will move into a roll call vote. Just so everyone is aware, when we do the roll call vote, you have the option of Senator Margaret, Keeler, Cecil, or to abstain from the vote. We need a majority, which is 11, to have their name entered onto the bill. You can also move me down if you are unsure of how you would like to vote, and we will come back to you once we have gone through the rest of the list. With that, Senator Agba. Senator Gopa. Senator Chenoweth. Senator Everhart. Senator Kamstra. Senator Guerrero. Senator Hackbarth. Senator Keeler. Senator Margaret. Senator Mahoney.
Margaret.
Senator Byers. Senator Cecil. Senator Dre. Senator Eisma. Senator Wellman. Senator Becker. Senator Braun. Senator Lambertson. Senator Janes. Senator Momini. Senator Leese. Senator Agba. Senator Kamstra. Senator Guerrero. Senator Momini. With a vote of 12 to 0 to 4 to 5, Senator Margaret wins, and his name will now be entered into the bill shown on the screen. We will now enter into discussion on this bill as a whole. Just a reminder that this bill will now require a 2/3 vote to pass of seated senators.
Second.
Our question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now go into a vote. We will do a roll call vote. Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this bill passes. Okay, we will now enter into Special Matters 2022-1-002 SG, electing the new Vice Speaker of the Senate with Senator Mahoney.
All right, we're going to start the process over again. I'm sorry, but these are the two most important things we'll do. So it'll be the same thing. Vice Speaker's biggest role is working with the Speaker. They're the educator of student government. They're the ones that run the mentorship program. They help keep track of office hours, and really they are the right hand of the Speaker and one of the second biggest resource within student government. So give all the same consideration that you just gave to Speaker to Vice Speaker. I move to open the floor to nominations.
A motion and second has been placed on the floor to open nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, nominations are now open. Senator Wellman. Do you accept Senator Cecil? Senator Becker. Do you accept Senator Kamstra? Senator Hackbarth. Senator Cecil. Do you accept Senator Agba? Are there any further nominations at this time? Seeing none, is there a motion to close nominations?
So moved.
A motion and second have been made to close nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will now ask the nominees to go to the podium, please. And now, as you all remember, I'm sure we will enter back into everything as a whole, beginning with opening comments from each of the nominees. Each nominee will have 5 minutes for opening comments. I will tap my gavel twice when you have 30 seconds left of your opening comments, and we will begin with Senator Cecil.
Hi all. I was just here for Speaker. If you went away, you might be blind. Who knows? But I fully intend to pester now Speaker Margaret. I think you all made a great choice. I was honestly questioning, and that's why I abstained, because I felt like I should vote for myself, but I wanted to vote for Senator Margaret. Just wasn't sure. But I would love to be Vice Speaker for all the same reasons as Speaker, and I don't want to repeat myself all that much. But I truly love this organization and really just want to make it better. And being a part of leadership would really help me to do that.
Who's next?
Senator Kamstra, you are next.
We were sitting back here debating. For an introduction, my name is Brandon Kamstra. I use pronouns he, him, his. I am the former Fraternity Housing Center. I am now the College of Human Sciences Senator. Speaking to my past leadership roles and experience that qualifies me for this position, I was president of my fraternity, Beta Theta Pi. I also served as tournaments director for Greek Week Central, which is a large team collaboration between 60 members of Greek life. and I have also served in a few minor roles within my fraternity and other clubs on campus. I joined this organization back in November of 2022 while I was finishing up my presidency on a whim of I don't know what this thing is and I want to learn more, and I also want to be an opportunity for you all to learn more about Greek life and how we can work together and collaborate. And I really want to emphasize on the collaborate. That's what my goal would be as speaker, is collaboration. Collaborations with now Speaker Margaret, collaboration with the cabinet, collaboration with judicial, but also collaboration among people on campus. I was speaking to a few people that I know got wrote in for College of Human Sciences senator, and they both told me I didn't see an email about that. We missed two great people who could have had the opportunity to serve as senators. And I hope that they approach. But this is an issue that I think Margaret is passionate about and I'm passionate about. There's no reason that our website should not be updated. I mean, we had a Webster, or I can't remember the exact term, but I mean, we have people in place to keep these things updated. And I want to be a resource to keep them accountable. I want to be a resource for you all to be held accountable to your positions, to your office hours, but also mainly to your outreach. I have been working on a list of presidents of organizations underneath the College of Human Sciences and how I can reach out to them, talk to them about their organizations, how can I assist them in their representation on campus, to student government and funding, in any other way possible. I want you all to do this as well. I want to see you all grow in ways that, one, are going to benefit you in this organization, but benefit you in your future careers. Because we're students first here at Iowa State. And I, one, am going to be most understanding to, if you have something going on, that needs to be recognized. And we need to have a conversation about that. And if it's academics or personal, that needs to be your main priority. I want to be not only your resource for information on Greek life, your information on stuff in student government, your resource to other areas of campus that I might be well versed in, but I also want to be there for you if anything personally is going on. I know how hard it is to reach out for help. I want to be that resource for you. I want to fight for you all to succeed. I'm not very well versed in the bylaws, but I know how to read bylaws as my time as president. I've rewrote bylaws, I've written bills, and I want to make sure that everybody here is just as experienced as me come next April. Thank you.
Senator Kuehler.
Well, I'm back here again. I'm not going to say a whole lot because, quite frankly, I think Senator Agba should get plenty of time for his opening speaking privilege. But I'll just say that everything I said during the speaker election will hold here. I'm still going to fight to make sure that you guys feel very safe, feel very secure here in this body. And I want to make sure that you guys understand Senate, and I will, if elected as Vice Speaker, I will fight for you guys.
Pleased to meet you all here today. My name is Chukwunenya Obi Odagba, but you can call me Obi. I'm a junior studying political science with a focus in comparative foreign policy and political theory, minoring in computer science and philosophy. Throughout my experience in student government, I've held the positions as the Liberal Arts and Sciences Senator this past and present cycle, the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee Vice Chair, and the Local Affairs DEI Committee. In these committees, I've been committed to working hard to provide a more equitable community within and outside student government, I guess in my experience, speaking is kind of hard for me as someone with a stuttering disorder. But when I came to student government, it was actually through a friend who was here last term. I had joined because I thought that this would be a great way to advocate for marginalized communities. That was my primary focus, to be able to get clubs and organizations on the center stage that focused on identity-based. I wish to advocate for them, and I really wanted to make sure that they got the time and the space that they deserved. Yeah, I guess that's all I have right now.
With that, we will now move into the question stage of this election process. Once again, the question stage allots 15 minutes unless extended further, and each senator will have 2 5-minute speaking privileges where they are allowed to ask the nominees 1 question per speaking privilege. Each nominee will then have 1 minute to answer the question. I will tap my gavel twice when you have 20 seconds left for the nominees. Senator Mahoney.
So, one of the biggest roles of the vice speaker is overseeing the mentorship program. I think they're sort of the de facto educator of student government, not just of Senate, but of really the entire government. Can you guys just speak on really your abilities to kind of teach people and help get people involved, run the mentorship program, and really help foster that culture in student government of positivity and helping each other and making sure kind of everyone is in the loop and being taught what we do internally?
So being in student government for a while lets me have a lot of knowledge about student government that one day I won't need, and that's a little sad because I spent a lot of time here gathering knowledge. So I want to share that with people either through working meetings, but I have a lot of ideas for the mentorship program. I was a mentor this past session, and that didn't work so well. I reached out to my group, but only one person reliably ever responded to me. So I communicated with her, but the rest never really got back to me. And I have some ideas on how to mitigate that, maybe less than being assigned a mentor and more having it where you can pick who you want to work with or things like that. But I definitely want to work on working meetings and figure out how to make the mentorship program a little bit more successful. So, thanks.
First of all, I owe Senator Cecil a huge apology because I was one of those people that did not respond to him. I was in his mentee group. And the main reason that I think should also be attributed is we're all the leaders of campus. We all have other things that are stretching us pretty thin, and I would want to work to create a program where, one, we can come together as a group to do bonding through whatever event, whether it's just for student government or enjoying working for the student body outside of this room. But I would also work to foster, one, that initial relationship, because I didn't know who Cecil was, and that's not his fault, and that's probably on me for not reaching out as a new senator. But I want to, from the get-go, you should know who your mentor is, and the mentor should know who their mentees are. And that should be, there shouldn't be barriers preventing those people from collaborating together.
I think I'll cite my experience as a tennis coach, which I had a job for about 2 years, which I really loved. And the reason why that's applicable is because teaching people is a skill. It's not about the information you're teaching, it's about how to teach. And I really loved coaching. It sort of felt natural to me. You know, I feel like I'm pretty good at understanding people, what their needs are, and how to adjust, I guess, my own communication style to meet that. So I think I would apply that to the mentor-mentee program. I was also a mentor for the last term, and I had a really good mentor group. Everyone was present, which was great, but we tried a number of different things, whether it was, you know, having a night at someone's apartment or going out to eat. But I think the clear thing is that what I tried to do was make sure that they understand student government, and I wanted to, you know, act as a mentor, make sure that they understand, answer any questions.
Time.
throughout this semester, I have served as a teaching assistant, as well as a student representative for the Department of Political Sciences DEI committee, serving as the student representative. And I would say that, like, I enjoyed educating people. I initially had dreams to become a professor, teaching political science, of course. Yeah, I think education is extremely important, especially for newer people who may not understand exactly what is going on. There are times where I may not understand everything, and I believe that us learning together is would be a vital thing.
Senator Janes.
Building on the ideas of mentorship, can you guys talk about one mentor in your life that you really base your mentorship skills on, and like what they did to help improve and how you might implement those skills?
So I am currently on the soil judging team, and the coach for that team has not really answered any of my questions for advice ever. She's always asked me another question to make me figure it out, and I really appreciate that. But when I've had informative questions like how do I do this or what does this do, there's always been an answer. And so kind of a balance between having you work things out on your own and being there to actually provide the answer at the same time would definitely be where I kind of build that off of. I actually TA for that professor right now as well. But I definitely enjoy being a resource, but also enjoy helping people find the answer rather than just giving it to them right away, because it teaches them the skills to eventually be a resource of their own.
So first, I would base it off of my grandpa, Kamstra. He's becoming an older gentleman. He's now in his late 80s and has progressing dementia, but he's never lost the ability to talk to people and foster relationships. And he's never had any walls that'll break that, that'll prevent him from seeing someone as a human being, but also seeing someone as a potential friend, potential person that he can help or assist. The second person would probably have to be Billy Bolden in the SV office. He's always answering my questions with a tougher question and a charge, and I want to be that challenge to all of you as well.
I'm going to echo Senator Cecil here. One of my tennis coaches was very good at, instead of telling me exactly what was wrong with what I was doing, he would always ask me questions. He would always be like, I would do something wrong, and he'd be like, that was wrong. Do you know why you did that? And he would give me time to process that and think about it. And I really liked that. And I guess also just looking up to him, I really think that I've gotten my leadership style from him. In the sense that I want to make sure that the people that I lead, if I ever do get to lead people, or when I get to lead people, I really want to make sure that they are in a better position than before. I want to make sure that they grow as people. And I would say that's my primary goal.
I guess I never really had a mentor. I kind of grew up being able to teach myself, but I have seen what mentors can do for people, and I wish to be that for people, especially people in communities that are not recognized. People that feel scared to come into spaces that do not resemble them, do not resemble their beliefs. And I wish to be able to help them through.
Senator Margaret.
Well, hi there, everyone. Firstly, it's great to see so many faces up here. I know you all would do a fantastic job. This is something you've alluded to in all of your remarks, but I just want to ask it in a succinct way and then give you time to talk about whatever you like. But all of you have had experience in student government, in Senate, and just in the organization as a whole. What would you see as the biggest challenge we face this coming year, and how would you help address that challenge as Vice Speaker?
So I think our biggest challenge is just going to be outreach. I mean, that's what it was last year, which is not great. The fact that it's multiple years in a row that we're struggling to reach the student population and our election turnouts are going down, I think that'll be an issue. And I think working with Senate as a whole to develop a strategy, either through an ad hoc committee or other processes, would be the right way to do that. Going to different clubs and reaching out as a leader of the organization to say, hey, like, this is what we're doing for you. This is what should be, like, this is why we matter, and why you should care. And I think Vice Speaker is not going to be the main driver of all of those actions, but it's definitely going to be a position that needs to hold those up and help them come to fruition and achieve what they need to.
So outreach is a great answer for that question, because I would also agree. Outreach is a distinct issue for this organization. It's the reason I joined this organization, is because I knew nothing about it. But I would also like to add that open and productive debate is something that I'd love to see progress a little bit more in this organization. I understand there's a lot of bills that we all agreed on last semester, and I was enjoyable to see such strides in our community without much resistance. However, I think that there's still opportunities for us to learn more about our constituents and the people that we're voting for and to fund and to represent. And I'd love to see that grow more.
Oh boy, gonna sound like a broken record here, but outreach, I would have to say. And I think probably the way we would want to tackle this problem, well, specifically if I was Vice Speaker, is to work with all aspects of student government, including executive branch, judicial branch, as well as Senate. So that would include partnering with the Speaker. I think we would also need to work with Election Commission, because it is true that our election turnout has been going down. This year, there was only one new senator that ran. There were 15 people that ran, versus last year there were 16 people that ran for UROC alone. So our outreach has to change, and I think we need to work together as student government, come together and make sure that we have a cohesive plan going forward.
Not only outreach, but also I think the interconnectivity between committees. I think a lot of committees tend to be very isolated in what they do, not really talking to other committees that may have resources to be able to help them. And in terms of outreach, that was my largest kind of thing this semester, being able to reach out, talk to a bunch of clubs, specifically identity-based clubs about student government. And I had given a speech, I guess, this previous term just about that. And I hope to continue making sure that we get the outreach that we need.
Before I call on Senator Mahoney, I just want everyone to be aware there is a little under 2 minutes left on our time for questions right now. Is there a second? Are there any objections to extending debate by 5 minutes? Seeing none, it shall be extended. Senator Mahoney.
So Vice Speaker, another massive component of it is that it is the right hand of the Speaker. A lot of what you do as Vice Speaker is sort of need-based, and it's kind of what you make into it. It's different from year to year, but the most effective Vice Speakers are the ones that are involved and working to help connect everybody and work through differences and just generally be sort of that secondary leader of Senate. So I was hoping you guys could talk about just your communication style, how you be talking with the speaker, be talking with cabinet, be talking with senators, and just sort of help bridge the organization together, working with all of your fellow chief officers.
So I fully intend to just live in the student government office if I'm vice speaker. And I want to communicate with all the senators. I want to be there as a resource, but I also will definitely pester Speaker Margaret, regardless of being vice speaker or not. I just have things that I want to get done. But if I'm vice speaker, I will be pestering him about all the things that everyone else wants to get done as well. And I'm great at pestering people because I want to get things done today, and that's going to happen. A few of you have gotten to experience that. Probably not as many as last year, but genuinely just being around is my communication style for something like this. And talking to chief officers and all of that is something that this organization doesn't have strict lines where we divide. Like, it's not like exec never sees Senate or isn't in the Senate office. So I think just being present is going to be the biggest benefit for vice speaker and constantly being in the office.
Time.
When things have to happen. Bye.
So the best ways to reach me is going to be phone call. I will definitely talk your ear off. My job is driving. I drive 6 hours twice a week, and I have a lot of free time in my car, and I don't like to be in my own thoughts, so I like to talk to people. So open to calls, and I will probably call you if I have any questions, unless you say don't call me. Otherwise, I'm going to send you an email or try to talk to you in person with the questions that I have about your bills, your projects, or just what's going on. I want to know about you. I want to know about what you're passionate about. And I expect the same in response. I want you all to question me. I want you to question my reasoning, my tactics, my projects, et cetera, et cetera. So.
One thing I mentioned is that the role of speaker and the role of vice speaker are only as strong as their cohesiveness, so how well they communicate and stuff. That is true, but I guess the other side of that is the vice speaker acts as what I like to think of as the link between speaker and the rest of Senate. So this is why the vice speaker is in charge of office hours, running the mentor-mentee program, educating Senate, the role of because the vice speaker is the link. And I think I would be pretty well suited to this role for the above reasons. As I was a tennis coach. I really loved communicating with people. I love reaching out to you guys and talking about student government. And that's all I got.
Personally, I think the best way to reach me is through email or text. Communication is something that I've been trying to work on, and I would say my communication style is probably more like I just like to ask questions about like what people need help on, need to do. And yeah, I don't really have much of an answer to that.
With that, we currently have a little over 2 minutes left in the question stage. Are there any further questions for our nominees? A motion and second has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will move into the debate phase. Thank you, nominees, for entering the hallway. And with that, we will go into the debate phase. Just as a reminder, we have 15 minutes for this stage. Everyone has 2 5-minute speaking privileges once again. And we will begin with Senator Mahoney.
So I think there's a lot of really good candidates up there. I personally want to voice my support for either Senator Agba or Senator Kamstra. I think both of them are incredible leaders in this organization. I'm very excited to see both of them up there running for Senate leadership. I think Obi is an extremely passionate person, extremely thoughtful person. He really just has a good head on his shoulders. I think Kamstra is incredibly approachable. I think he's a really, really good leader. I think he's going to do a great job of helping center the organization and help connect all the various different components and just really work well as sort of that chief officer's unit. There's a lot that happens at the chief officer's level that people don't know about, and that's something that chief officers need to be better about in the next year. But I think he's just going to be a really effective kind of nexus of communication. I'm personally going to be voting for Senator Kamstra. I think he'll do an incredible job as vice speaker. I think he is just really a natural leader, and I think he'll do a great job of helping to mentor the entire organization. Any of you have been in Greek life, you know what it's like to be a chapter president. You got to be tough. And so to corral that kind of house, I think he'll do a magnificent job. So my vote will be for Senator Kamstra.
Senator Hackbarth.
Okay. I would personally like to throw my support behind Senator Agba. I know how hard he's worked for this. He has put in countless hours trying to learn the ins and outs of this organization, including attending Rules Committee of his own volition, just to learn what that committee does, as Vice Speaker is a huge part of the Rules Committee. He has really put in just the time and the effort and the passion that I think would make him a phenomenal Vice Speaker. I will be abstaining from the vote, however, as I will hopefully be appointed to cabinet later on tonight, and I do not feel it's appropriate for me to choose your Senate leadership, but I would like to voice my support for Senator Agba, and with that I yield.
Senator Momini.
I would also like to voice my support for Senator Agba. He and I joined Senate the exact same way through a club that we were in, whose main objective was to have a whole bunch of people of color, minoritized groups run in student government to have our voices be heard where we feel like they weren't being heard. He was obviously one of the ones who stuck it out. We entered in with quite a few, and quite a few of us left, but he's still here. I also had him in a class, a political science class, where we had some heated debate, and I can personally say that I certainly did not do as well as a job keeping my cool as he did. He's very passionate, he's very well-spoken, and very approachable. Like, I can't speak enough about his character as a person. I've never been afraid to walk up to him, ask him a question, start a conversation. I would really just like to voice my support for him. I think he would do a wonderful job. I mean, obviously, I tried to push him into the speaker position. That's what I thought he was doing. But I would really love to see him for this role. Either way, I think that all four of the candidates are extremely wonderful people, but I will be voting for Agba. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Becker.
Hi, yes, so I'm also pro Agba and pro Kamstra. I thought I would do a pro con for both. So pros for both, I think Agba does have just really great experience in this leadership, and he brings a diverse perspective, which our student body definitely needs. One con I see is that he is really involved in these other things, which is awesome, but this is a pretty big time commitment, so that's just something to consider. My pro for Kamstra is, like you said, being a chapter president is very hard, so he's well-versed at managing a lot of people and just the issues that come up with daily life. One con is he is pretty Greek life focused, which we've kind of seen and heard, so that is something to consider since we represent the whole student body. I yield.
Senator Margaret. I'm sorry, Speaker Margaret.
Either way, I think it gets the point across. So I'm still kind of formulating my thinking here. I'm not sure how I'll vote, but I did also, I know I'm sounding like a broken record. I also wanted to throw out my support for either Kamstra or Senator Agba. I think Senator Agba, I've had great experiences with him in committee. He's been very invested in local affairs, and he's been very thoughtful about the approach that we take, and he's been a huge asset in getting things done outside of the committee meeting as well, so I trust his follow-through. He's ambitious in that way. I like his leadership skills and how he's deepened his connections in this organization. And I've also had him in class as well. And in my experience there was that he's very well-spoken and very thoughtful as well. And as far as Kamstra goes, I like his ideas when it comes to outreach and reaching outside of our organization. And I like his ideas about personal growth. So making sure that we all get something out of this organization as individuals, I really like that approach. And yeah, I like his approach to those sorts of interpersonal things. So I'm not sure how I'll vote yet, but I wanted to voice my support for those two. I think either one would be more than qualified. Thank you, I yield.
Senator Janes.
Yeah, so coming from hearing them, I was meeting Senator Agba up there, and I think he had a really good speaking and had really good ideas, and I like that. But I'm leaning more towards Cecile and Camstra just because for Cecile, I really liked how he's coming from that perspective of being a mentor and having a moment of failure there. I think that moment of failure is a good learning experience, and from what he talked about, he didn't have much time to elaborate on it, so I might ask him later. But I think a moment of failure is something that I think would be a good part to see, like, because we are in this, I'm coming from very outside of it, but I'm hearing this, like, scene of downturn of attendance and issues of passion there. So, like, if he's coming from a place of failure, that means he might understand more of what's going on, which is in a flip side for Camstra, because that was the mentee that was not interested. So, like, he would know exactly the logic that maybe that mentee had. And so I think that's it. And also for Camstra, what I liked about him is with his communication style question about wanting to know the why of everything and wanting everyone to ask the reason of why. Because I think that is something that will drive passion, is that idea of you want to know why, you want to understand it. Because there's a lot of moments where you go, you get lost, and there's a lot of moments where you go, you just have to understand and swallow a pill of like, yeah, okay. But I think having someone who is going to be pushing that why and pushing that strength of maybe outside of the time of conversation or meeting and being there to answer that why would be something beneficial for newer members, because that's especially how I personally like to learn. I yield.
Senator Mahoney.
I will yield some of my time to my previous vice speaker.
Hey, y'all, one more time. This is actually probably the last time I'll ever speak at a Senate meeting, which is kind of frightening and sad, but putting that to the side, I'm again not going to tell you who to vote for or how I think you should vote. It's not my place, but I did want to just share a little bit as the outgoing vice speaker about what I think is important in a vice speaker, and I think Senator Mahoney has hit a couple good things. But while I certainly agree with Senator Mahoney that being, this right-hand man, this person who is, supporting the speaker is important. At the same time, there's also an importance and a value to a vice speaker who's independent of the speaker. It's a role that is, you put vice in front of a title and you think, well, they're just that person, but lesser. And that's certainly not true. The speaker can't fire the vice speaker. They don't work for them. They work for, yet again, you. I'm going to say that a lot. The vice speaker is going to work for the Senate in ways that perhaps the speaker might not be able to. I know, in my opinion, Speaker Mahoney, or Speaker Emeritus now Mahoney, and myself worked to complement each other in ways that, places we were not necessarily, as well versed in as the other. And I think that's important to really consider. I think also, again, it's important to consider how they will support you, because again, they're here for you. And I just think it's really key that you remember that they are a separate position who, again, have just as much power as any other senator and can drive just as much change to this organization and to the student body as the speaker, while at the same time having some added responsibilities that are important. So, I don't think you can go wrong with the crop you have. I have the utmost confidence in all four of them. I think they're all great people, great leaders in this organization, and that's all I've got.
I yield.
With that, we currently have just under 6 minutes left in our debate stage. Is there any further discussion?
Move to enter into clarification stage.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any objections? Seeing none, thank you, Senator Hackbarth. We will now enter the clarification stage. I will review it once our nominees come back into the room. Okay, we will now enter into the clarification stage. Once again, the clarification stage is 15 minutes long, and each senator receives 2 5-minute speaking privileges. They are now welcome to ask the nominees any question they would like, as many as they would like within their 5-minute speaking privilege. But remember that the nominee is answering their time counts against your time as well. So if you feel they have sufficiently answered your question, you may cut them off if they are continuing on. With that, Senator Everhart.
Yeah, so my first question is for Senator Kamstra. In your opening statements, you talked a lot about, being part of human sciences and being part of Greek life. How do you plan to reach all of the other colleges or associations like the Inter-Residence Hall Association that's represented here in Senate? How do you plan on reaching out to those people?
Absolutely. First, it starts with educating myself. I was a member of Residence Hall my freshman year, so I have a few connections still to Residence Halls. But I would also work through all of you. You guys are the resident experts on that. I consider myself a resident expert on Greek life and kinesiology, but I'm not a resident expert on business or engineering or anything like that. So first, it would facilitate discussion between us as leaders on campus, and then our next steps would move into who do you think is underreached? And can I assist you in doing that and delegating that to you all, or is that something that I should join you with? That way we can learn together and I can provide that information to the broader Senate itself. So does that answer your question? Awesome.
And then my second question is for Senator Agba. What is one idea that you have to improve outreach?
Yeah, so last term, I had talked a lot about wanting to improve our site, as Margaret had talked about. I think that our site has a bunch of outdated information, and for other outreach, I think reaching out to our constituents, like in our student councils, talking to other clubs within those councils, and advocating for student government. Yeah, that's good.
You yield.
Yeah, I yield.
Amazing. We will now move on to Senator Momini.
I would like to address this question to you all. I guess I know some of you guys touched on it, just some of y'all touched on it a little bit. As far as other time commitments, other projects, other passions, how do you plan to balance that with the passions of the body and the time that you would have to put in for this role?
So I have plenty of time commitments outside of student government. I like to fill my plate. That's why I'm here. I like to load myself up. But if I were to be vice speaker, student government would take priority over a lot of things. Of course, my grades are not going to be below that, but everything else will kind of fall below it. And I have a fairly flexible schedule. Next semester, I have multiple days that are just open. I don't have any classes. So I fully intend to just make this most important thing aside from grades.
So as I kind of stated before, everybody here is a leader on campus in their own way, myself included. However, this coming year, I've kind of made a step back, one, to allow myself time for the medical school application process and interview process that comes along with that. I only have class on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I do have a job. However, what it would look like for my involvement with you all would definitely have a lot of time on Tuesday and Thursday afternoons. I have no class, so dedicating time then. But when it comes to building us up as a group outside of Senate, I'd love to survey you all to see when you all are available. I understand weekly events is a strong goal, so seeing what we can do, one, to further our relationship as a group, and then also spending time along with Margaret in Rules Committee and in our own personal time, getting to know one another, along with the Cabinet and Judicial Branch, whether that's specific meetings or whatever. That way I can further our relationship to better serve you all.
I already mentioned the fact that next semester I'm going to be taking 12 credit hours, so I have plenty of free time. That's not really an issue. But I would like to speak about, I guess, enhancing the cohesive relationship of this body. And I think We can go about that in a number of different ways, but I think a good idea would be to start having multiple social hours, specifically with things that anyone can do. So I'm talking about under 21 things. So making sure that everyone is included, everyone feels like they belong in student government. So having multiple of these social events, whether weekly, monthly, kind of frequently, to make sure that people can make them. But I think that would go a long way in making sure that we all have a very cohesive relationship outside of, I guess, business hours, so to speak.
Next semester, yeah, I believe I'll be taking about 12 as well, so I will have time. Yeah, and I would plan to pretty much stay a lot of my time within the student government office, just making myself available for those who have questions or need advice or anything like that.
Senator James.
Hi, I guess my question is something that Senator Mahoney brought up during the, can I say this? Senator Mahoney brought up during the debate phase was the idea that you will have to, while you are working with Speaker Margaret, you also have to be, your own individual. How are you going to balance that relationship of supporting them, supporting us, if there's ever where you notice that maybe the body's opinions is going to be different from then Margaret's? How will you balance that, and how you bring up those conversations to all of you?
So I think Vice Speaker is uniquely able to advocate to the Speaker things that they may not notice about the body. And I think that makes it incredibly important for the Vice Speaker to be more present among the body and communicate more with people, and then be a little bit more aggressive about the collective opinion that is kind of the gist, but not necessarily changing the Speaker's viewpoint, but informing the Speaker of different viewpoints that do exist to keep the most informed body possible. And so I think just communicating among all the senators is something, and making sure that everyone kind of understands each other to be a cohesive body.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, how will you basically focus on being an individual while also working with Margaret and balancing all the different perspectives between that?
So are you relating this to bills or my own personal time and balancing burnout?
I'm talking about in the relationship of just the relationship between body and Speaker and that balance.
Okay, I see what you mean. I really would encourage the expression of differing opinions because I think it helps facilitate growth. If it's to a point where it's going to be facilitating issues among the body, I definitely would love to help facilitate a conversation between whatever is happening, whether it's a group of people or two individuals. I've had to do that in my role as president, between my own exec team and between members, and on standards committees and stuff like that. So, but holding my own opinion, I definitely am working on trying to talk less and try to listen more. Has been a big goal of mine over the last year. But I definitely will still have an opinion to voice, and if it's asked, I'll voice it, but I try to allow others the chance to speak first, so.
Yeah. When I said that the Vice Speaker is kind of the link between Speaker and Senate, this is a perfect example of that in action. So obviously as Vice Speaker, at the end of the day, you're still a senator, so you're still going to have your own individual opinions. And I think the best way to go about this is having a mindset of almost like a switch. So if we're not dealing with other members of the body and it's just about myself, then I'm probably going to continue only in my own mindset. But if it's been brought to my attention, or I feel like there's other issues where it's the opinion of the body, I'm immediately going to do my best to kind of switch into a more objective mindset and kind of put my opinion in the back burner and make sure I listen first and offer my opinion, just as Senator Campstra said, if requested. So that's the way I would go about it, is having sort of a switch and kind of switching on the objective brain when it's needed.
the role of vice speaker is to serve as a liaison between the speaker and the rest of Senate. However, they can definitely influence opinions, or so I believe that like what I would do is I would pretty much function as a an ability for Senate to be able to speak their mind to the speaker and higher ups. And yeah, I think that's all.
You currently have 30 seconds left on your first speaking privilege. You. Yes.
How are you guys going to handle the idea of burnout with your position of balancing what you want versus all the hindrances that will happen, unknown and known?
I would say that many of my positions have been just that, having to handle beliefs of and perspectives of marginalized communities, and being able to bring them up and talk to them to more to spaces that are majority white, and it does get tiring, but I personally love to do it. I love to advocate for students who feel like they don't have a voice, who feel like they are not being listened to.
So I went through a pretty rough period of burnout after my presidency in my fraternity. And reflecting back on that, one of the best ways to prevent burnout I've found is delegating. It was something I was lackluster in as my time in president. And I'm definitely going to have a focus on that if I am vice speaker. I'm going to, one, be making sure to keep you guys accountable, but also with mentor and mentee programs, like I might oversee the mentors itself. And transparency is going to be a big thing for me. If I have something going on, if I have an interview that I'm traveling to Denver, Kansas City for, it's going to be on my calendar and it's going to be open for you all to see. But also, if it comes to a point where the process of the medical school application, grades, or personal issues, you all deserve the best. And if that requires me stepping down, that's what that requires. I've seen burnout. I know the symptoms of it. I know what to reflect upon in myself. And I've seen ways to prevent it with organizing my calendar and delegation are my big two keys. So.
Do you yield? With that, we have a little under 2 minutes left in the current stage of clarification. Is there any further discussion or questions tonight? Yes. It does. It does.
Voting threshold. So if you abstain, it just basically reduces. It's like not on the roll. So yes.
Okay. With that, we will now move into closing comments. Each senator will receive, or each nominee will receive 2 minutes for their closing comments, beginning with Senator Cecil.
So I don't know what more I can say since I was up here for speaker and now I'm here for vice speaker again. But I just want to reiterate that whether or not I get this position, I'm going to be a thorn in all of your sides because I want to get things done and I'm going to use you all to help me do that. And you all should do that for everyone else in this body because when I've seen people do that, we've functioned very well, and we've also functioned when people didn't do that, but we get a lot more done when we push each other to do a lot. So if I were vice speaker, I'd probably do that at a higher level, but I'm still going to do it either way. So
So if you couldn't tell, I didn't write any speeches. I was not planning on running for this position coming in tonight. So I want to lay it out on the table. My goal for this position is going to be personal collaboration. I want to work with Margaret. I want to work with the bodies. I want to work with the student body. I want to work with everybody here to create the best form of Iowa State that we can see. I fell in love with this university. I want to see it grow. I want to see you all grow personally. I'm going to lean on you guys. I want you to lean on me. And that is going to be seen in the mentor-mentee program, but it's also going to be seen in asking you guys questions as much as you guys ask me questions. You know, if you guys need help, I want to be a resource for you. But if I need help understanding something you guys are doing, I'm going to ask. So that's my goal for this. And yeah, vote for the best candidate. Everybody up here is a great option. So vote for whoever you guys think is going to be best, and that's my take on it.
Yeah, there's not really a whole lot I can add on here, aside from the fact that I don't know, like, I think I do have some pretty good qualifications for this position. You know, my role as a tennis coach, kind of acting as a teacher, which is, I think, really in line with the role of vice speaker. Also, a lot of my ideas as speaker, I feel like would transition really well to the role of vice speaker. So like the working meetings and the mentor-mentee program. But it's pretty much all I got. And I'll say it again, like everyone up here is a really good candidate. And once again, vote for the person whose goals you think align best with the position.
Regardless of who wins, I would like to continue working with the speaker and the vice speaker to be able to make the most equitable community on campus, a place where that students can go to and rely on for numerous things. Yeah, that's all.
With that, we will now move into a roll call vote. Just so you all are aware, once again, we need to reach a majority to be able to place a name into the bill. So we will begin with Obi, or Senator Agba. Senator Gopa. Senator Chenoweth. Senator Everhart. Senator Kamstra. Senator Guerrera. Senator Hackbarth. Senator Kuehler. Speaker Margaret. Senator Mahoney.
Kamstra.
Senator Byers. Senator Cecil. Senator Dre. Senator Eisma. Senator Wellman. Senator Becker. Senator Braun. Senator Lambertson. Senator Janes. Senator Momini. Senator Leese. Senator Gopa. Senator Everhart. Senator Guerrera. Speaker Margaret. Senator Lambertson. Senator Momini. Senator Leese. With a vote of Cecil 3, Kamstra 6, Kueller 0, Agba 8, and abstentions 4, we have not reached a majority. We will now do a revote, removing Kueller from the nominee list. So now we will be getting a roll call revote, and your options are Senator Cecil, Senator Kamstra, Senator Agba, or to abstain. Okay. Senator Agba. Senator Gopa. Senator Chenoweth. Senator Everhart. Senator Kamstra. Senator Guerrero. Senator Hackbarth. Senator Kueller. Speaker Margaret. Senator Mahoney.
Kamstra.
Senator Byers. Senator Cecil. Senator Dre. Senator Eisma. Senator Wellman. Senator Becker. Senator Braun. Senator Lambertson. Senator Janes. Senator Momini. Senator Leese. With a vote of Kamstra 4, Agba 14, Cecil 0, and abstentions at 3, we have reached a majority with Senator Agba. Senator Agba's name will now be entered into the bill as shown on the screen. And we will now move into discussion on this bill as a whole.
Call the question.
Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this bill passes.
Madam President, I move for a 5-minute recess.
Is there a second? Are there any objections to recessing for 5 minutes? Seeing none, we will recess for 5 minutes, and we will begin at 8:51. We will now begin the meeting once again with External Matters 2023-1-00F, Funding Black Student Alliance Black Excellence Gala 2023 with Senator Agba. And just a reminder, we are on first read with this, so you can only ask yes or no questions at this time. Yes. Okay.
I guess
Well,
sorry.
Is there a motion to waive first read?
Yeah, yeah. Is there a motion to waive first read? Sorry. Oh, sorry. I motion to move to waive first read. Sorry.
Second.
Sorry.
There has been a motion and second. Are there any objections to waiving first read? Seeing none, we will now move into second read of this bill with Senator Agba.
Yeah, so I will let the representatives walk up there. And so, yeah, this is a bill just for the Black Student Alliance for their gala that is being hosted at the end of this week.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Milosky. I'm currently the Deputy Director of DEI for Student Government, and I also serve as student government liaison for BSA regarding just getting information about different things. So for this event, it's going to be happening this weekend, and the plan follows. There'll be on Saturday, there'll be a breakfast business lunch where they'll be discussing Black excellence on campus and how we can promote success to the ISU community. BFSA and ISU alumni will be there, and then also some professors will be talking as well. And then at night, there'll be a gala where food will be served, Dr. Young will be speaking, and there'll also be a photo booth. And then Sunday for brunch, it's collab with NPHC, and there'll be food, and this is also just to help promote NPHC in general for the Iowa State community.
Hello. I will be speaking on behalf of BSA for Finances. So, of course, not in my fashion, I did mess up on this bill. I had to send this bill in probably like 2 minutes after writing it. So I will explain what we do have to change. So I would just need motions to change those. And then once we do, I will explain those. So first off, the photo booth, we fund photo booths. We fund photo booths for Dance Marathon, Winterfest, any organization that has a photo booth at their event. We have funded those. And then we'll also fund the rental for the Alumni Center for the gala where it is taking place. But the hurdle that we have to jump over are the caterings. So we are not going through special projects anymore. We are going to go through Senate discretionary, and Senate discretionary is bound by PNC. So we would have to change from special projects to the Senate discretionary account on the bill, and then also change catering to how our PNC works. So for those of you who don't know, our PNC works, if it's a new event, it is a number of members times 2 times 8 for any multicultural organization that is serving multicultural food. And they are serving multicultural food. They're serving soul food at the dinner. So I deem that as multicultural. So we would have to zero fund the brunch and breakfast for ISU catering, and then amend the amount for the Alumni Center dinner from the amount on the screen to $672. But again, I can't make those motions.
I motion to move it from Senate discretionary to special projects. I motion flip-flop.
Is there a second? Are there any objections to this amendment? Is there any discussion on this amendment? Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting now? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this amendment passes. We are now back on the bill as a whole.
And then we need to zero fund the breakfast and brunch, and then change the dinner to $672.
Is there a second? Second. Are there an motion, or there's been a motion and second on the floor. Is there any objections? Is there any discussion on this amendment?
No. Well, yes, breakfast and brunch. Okay, I cannot. Yeah, so breakfast and brunch are zero funded. I'm so sorry, y'all. I did this in 2 minutes, so.
Okay.
That's also like our fault too, because we came to get last minute.
Yeah. It's okay. We got it. We're doing it.
Second. Yes, okay. Question has been called for. Is there a second on the amendment to the amendment? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, that amendment passes. We are now back on to the amendment. Question. Question has been called for and seconded. Unanimous consent has also been called for. Are there any objections at this time? Seeing none, the amendment passes. We are now back on the bill as a whole. Any further discussion?
I just wanted you all to go into Robert's rules as soon as possible, so that's why I did this.
Senator Wellman.
All right. So first off, I'm new, so I'm not necessarily 100% sure what this event is. Could you just like explain it to me just a little bit more, please?
So basically for BSA, which is Black Student Alliance, for the end of the year, they want to kind of celebrate the year in a sense with this weekend event. So for the first event, which is the brunch, this is supposed to be kind of like a networking brunch of sorts, where underclassmen and upperclassmen come, get to know each other, like discuss their experiences, and also have Black faculty and staff come as well to like really build and engage that community. And also that same day later at night is when we'll be having the gala, which will be where Dr. Younger comes and talks to us because the Black community as a whole at Iowa State really looks up to her, and she's always such a great speaker. So she's gonna come and talk. There'll be a photo booth, just like mingling, gathering, having fun, and there'll be food served as well. And then on Sunday for the NPHC brunch, this was more like NPHC's idea, so they're doing another brunch, but this is more focusing on Greek life within the Black community, but also just trying to get more members to come as well because there are low retention and just participation numbers with the NPHC, with the PWIs. So that's something they're trying to focus on as well to like reinforce that.
Okay, so then my other question is like, did this bill like go through last year's finance committee at all?
No. So as it stands now, any further funding bill, including this one and next week's, won't go through finance. What will happen is I will look at them as well as hopefully Martin if he gets sat next. But we will kind of just talk and then informally send them. And that's just how it has to be done. Last year we had the opportunity because we had 3 meetings that we did have a finance for the last finance committee meeting, but since we don't have time, we can't meet formally, but this still has to go through because finance committee is really the only committee that has to run through until the end of the semester.
So then, is there any reason why we didn't do this bill like the old Senate at all?
Yeah, I was given this bill on Tuesday of last week during finance. And I wanted a representative, since we were in session in that time, I wanted a representative to be there. And since there wasn't a representative there, obviously I didn't want to introduce the bill. And then just kind of how it worked out is that we would have to introduce it this week. But this is not pretty procedurally, but there are many cases where student organizations do it last minute and we have to wait first read.
Okay, and then just one more quick question. Did you talk about it to the old senators on finance committee at all? Like, did you have discussions with them?
No, because it wasn't relevant to them at all.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
Senator Kamstra.
Okay, cool. So first, I want to speak in favor of advertising to the NPHC community. They've had great success from the conversations I've had with NPHC, but also MGC, and they're a great organization for minority communities, not just NPHC, but MGC as well. So one, I think that's a great idea that you guys are doing collaboration. I think that brunch is going to be great. My question is, now that you've lost funding for the breakfast and brunch because we can't fund it, did you guys originally have a budget for this event?
I've talked to the treasurer of BSA, and we don't have all the funding to cover that, but we do have funding to cover the food.
Okay.
Partially, and then also there's other resources we're looking to as well.
Right.
Because we're planning on having more than BSA come to the gala,
Right.
which is why like there's such a difference between like fun, because there's going to be alumni there, there's going to be professors there, and things of that fashion. So we're currently in the works of figuring out the best ways to get our funds together so we can still have this event on time.
Awesome. And is this the first year you guys are doing this event?
Correct.
Correct.
And hopefully if it goes well, which it will, we kind of want to do this as an annual thing.
Right, right.
So as time progresses and as people graduate, alumni can come back and this be a thing. So, yeah.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Because I see galas for a bunch of rec services and SFPS there, so I think this is a great opportunity for this community. And I'll definitely be voting yes, and I encourage you all to do the same. So that's all I have. Yield.
Senator Becker.
Hi. Yes, I'm also really excited about this. I was curious if you guys had thought about showing off the new NPHC Plaza that's outside the MU. Any thoughts on that?
There was a cutting ceremony last year when it occurred, but I know NPHC is very proud of it and they talk about it all the time, so it'll definitely be referenced and mentioned in the brunch for sure.
Awesome. Love it. Thanks.
Is there any? Question has been called for and seconded at this time. Are there any objections to voting? I was getting there. Closing comments with Vice Speaker Agba. There are no closing comments, so seeing that it is a finance bill, we will go into a roll call vote. Vice Speaker Agba. Senator Gopa. Yes. Senator Chenoweth.
Yes.
Senator Everhart. Senator Kamstra.
Yes.
Senator Guerrera.
Yes.
Senator Hackbarth.
Yes.
Senator Kuehler.
Yes.
Speaker Margaret.
Yes.
Senator Mahoney.
Yes.
Senator Byers.
Yes.
Senator Cecil.
Yes.
Senator Dre.
Yes.
Senator Eisma.
Yes.
Senator Wellman.
Yes.
Senator Becker. Senator Braun.
Yes.
Senator Lambertson. Senator Janes. Senator Momini. Senator Leese. With a vote of 20 to 0 to 1, this bill passes.
Also, if any of y'all aren't doing anything during the weekend, you should definitely come because it's going to be a lot of fun. So, thank you.
See. An amendment to the agenda has been called for and seconded. Is there any discussion at this time? Seeing none? Okay. All righty. Is there a call to question?
Second.
Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting on this amendment at this time? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the agenda has been amended. We will now move into internal matters, general orders. Seeing as there are no general orders, we will move into special orders with 2023-1-007 SC, confirming the nominee of Chief of Staff with Senator Mahoney.
So, President Roberts has nominated Senator Hackbarth to be Chief of Staff. I think she'll do a wonderful job, and I'll let her speak.
tiny little monkey wrench into our evening plans. Not that we had anywhere else to be, except I did. So a little bit more about myself. My name is Anna Hackbarth, and I'm a College of Engineering senator. I'm a senior studying electrical engineering, and I am honored to have been given this nomination of Chief of Staff. A little bit about my qualifications. For the past 2 years, I've served as co-president of Engineers Week. I have been the vice president of administration of Engineering Student Council. I've served as parliamentarian and vice president of my sorority, and in fact, I am on my way to go do an election for president of my sorority, which is why we kind of had to make this fun and interesting. So, Chief of Staff, it's kind of an interesting position. Not a lot of people understand what that means. Chief of Staff. Personally, going into this, I didn't know what it meant. But the role of Chief of Staff is one that is tailored to the president and the vice president. It serves as their catch-all, their Girl Friday, the person who handles what they need handled. It is very much a role that is tailored to the needs and the strengths and the weaknesses of the president and the vice president. And through my very brief but amazing short time working with Emily and Jennifer, I believe that I have the flexibility and the skills needed to best serve them in this role. I have several goals that I would like to implement, including doing weekly or bi-weekly check-ins with every single director. I believe last year we suffered quite a bit from failure to possibly update our website, get our outreach out there, and just kind of put our name out there, and I want that to change. And I think that can be held accountable by using these weekly or bi-weekly check-ins with our directors. I also want to work and serve and support these directors so that they can in turn support you as senators, so that you can enable yourselves to do these projects that you are most passionate about. I would be happy to take some questions, though.
The floor is now open for any questions and discussion. Senator Becker.
So as a senior, are you going into a 5th year or?
Yes.
Oh, okay, exciting.
No, I'm just leaving in May.
I was a little confused.
Yes, I will be going into a 5th year. It would be irresponsible for me to apply for a position that I would not be serving in for a longer than 2-week time frame.
I yield.
Senator Kuehler.
I think you knew this question is coming, but given the amount of commitments you have, which I don't know how you're alive, but that's a different discussion, how do you plan on balancing your schedule to fit the role of Chief of Staff?
Yeah, that's a great question. So part of, one of the things I mentioned earlier during the Speaker and Vice Speaker elections is in order to promote a smooth transition of leadership, it's important to talk to the former leader in that position. I've had several conversations with now President Roberts about what the role entails. What's the time commitment to be expected? What do I need to do to best serve this role and best prepare myself for this role? So seeing how this is going to be my 5th year, my wonderful little victory lap, I'm actually taking less credits. I have stepped down from E-Week as co-president, and I have stepped down from Engineering Student Council. While I still want to be a part of my sorority as it's a service sorority, most of our meetings actually will not conflict. I've cleared out my schedule for Thursday nights, which is when cabinet meetings are going to be, and I have done everything in my power to make this body and this role a priority in my life.
Is there any further questions or discussion on this bill? Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting at this time? Seeing none, unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this bill passes.
Beautiful, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, we will now be moving into 2023-1-006 SC, confirming the nominee of Finance Director with Senator Mahoney.
So once again, President Roberts, has nominated Martin Hirsch to serve as the Finance Director for next year. Again, I think he'll do a great job. He's had a lot of experience, but I do encourage all of you to question him and be scrutinous and thorough, as FD is arguably the singular most important individual in student government.
Hi, everyone. If for anything, I'm glad I was able to fit into my suit this evening. I wasn't sure for a second there. The button got a little tight, but glad I was able to make it. So my name is Martin Hirsch. I'm from Tucson, Arizona. I'm a sophomore studying economics. One of my biggest regrets in high school was not being involved. I wasn't involved with the community. I wasn't involved within student government, and I've always regretted that. So these past 2 years, I've joined a fraternity, became an executive member for Students for St. Jude's, served 2 years on the finance committee as an at-large, a member of the sales club, amongst other things. 2 years ago, when I interviewed to be an at-large, I never thought it would lead me to being nominated for finance director. I have learned many more important lessons throughout my time on finance committee, with the most crucial being that I'm a custodian of student dollars. I do not take that responsibility lightly, and that's why I'm committed to ensuring that student dollars are responsibly managed, potentially as the next finance director.
The floor is now open for any discussion and questions. We will begin with Senator Mahoney.
Hi, Martin. So having served under 2 different finance directors, both of whom I've known pretty well and known how they operate, I just was curious kind of what your philosophy as finance director is and how we spend money and how we manage, what is students' money?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So serving under Mason and also Kit, I've learned that it's not my place. It's not my ideas. It's to the discretion of the committee. It's what the senators and the at-large think, not me. And I think that's very important. For example, Kit and also Mason have said before, I would like more discussion on this matter. And I think that's important. It wasn't them stating their thoughts. It was that they wanted more discussion. I think that's very important to facilitate discussion on important matters, because that's what it is. You're debating funding that's going from students to students. And I think that's very important. Yeah. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and then I have one more question. We, especially going into this year and years past, we've been, I get the realities of how our special projects work and everything, but we have been running a little bit of a deficit. And I just was curious if you could touch on kind of your thoughts on it. We just passed one that's $600,000 for potentially drawing for special projects. I know the fee is increasing and everything. But I just was curious if you could touch on kind of your thoughts on the fact that we're running a little bit of a debt right now. So.
Yeah, no, we're definitely coping with scarcity. It was when I was finance committee 2 years ago, we had a significant amount of money to cut. This year, we had a significant amount of money to cut. And it's to the, it hurts students. It hurts what they're able to do. And I don't, it seems to me that a fee increase may have to be necessary. I would like to reach out to other universities and see what their fee is. I think that would be a very important question to ask, because I think you get a better idea of exactly what our fee needs to be able to, support our students. Because if you can barely fund them, it's almost like you're not funding them at all. Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Janes.
Yeah, so I guess my question, kind of building on the deficit and the solution seeming to be raise fees. Some students might have a more negative opinion. How are you planning on presenting that to students so that you have the most amount of people who are interested and willing, other than doing that studies of comparing it to other colleges and stuff like that, because some people aren't really swayed by numbers, more by sometimes appeal of some emotion.
Well, if we're operating at a deficit, either we can either raise fees or we can cut more money, right? Because we have to, keep the books even. So that's the situation that we're at. So you have these students who would request funding and they don't get it and their event suffers. And I think that's the motivating factor, right? That's how you explain it. We want your events to be successful. You want your events to be successful. And if we don't have the necessary tools to do that, then I think that's going to be enough for them to understand that's something we have to do.
Yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
Senator Momini.
I know this is kind of stemming off of what just happened. I guess my first question would be how much. I know you said that you would plan on reaching out to other universities, and obviously this would be a question for whoever runs for the student fee committee that we're supposed to see tonight. I mean, how much of an increase of fee would you think would be necessary to get us out of this deficit, or at least move us towards getting out of it?
At least as an at-large, I haven't really been privy to that conversation, because I know they have committee meetings and they're discussing it a lot more at length than I possibly could have with Kit or Emily to this point. I think if I were to get confirmed and being able to see the numbers, I would have a better idea. for a figure. I don't feel comfortable at this time giving you an exact figure, but I think it's important, right? Because I'm a broke college student. You know, like $4, like it adds up, right? Like that's almost, you know, like half a Chipotle bowl. You know, it's important to take that into consideration, and I consider that, you know, a serious deal raising student activity fee.
Okay, I just, that makes me feel a little bit better that,
Yeah,
you know,
no.
$4 is a lot to you, because that's a lot to me. I mean,
It is,
I'm here to represent the underrepresented. That's really what my purpose is, underrepresented or not necessarily spoken for, or scared to speak up are people who come from poverty or low-income backgrounds. As one of them, I would hate to see others who might not be as fortunate as me to secure funding from other sources to have to maybe consider a different option other than Iowa State because our fee increases largely. But your previous statement does reassure me in the fact that you have some level-headedness on what a fee increase would be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. I yield.
Senator Mahoney.
I yield some time to FD Emeritus Claiborne.
So I just wanted to touch on a few things. I would have had the same responses as Martin. As previously, before I was finance director, I was in little to no conversations about fee committee, anything outside of finance. Mason just forwarded us emails sometimes, like, look at this, and I just didn't know what I was looking at. And if you aren't in those conversations, I think everyone will have the same response. But as finance director, you kind of develop that skill over summer. So obviously, I've been with Martin for the last 2 years on finance. He's been probably the most outspoken on the committee. He was more outspoken than me when I was on finance. So there is a person coming in with very strong opinions that do matter. Like he said, what we do is we allocate dollars from students for students. And having someone that strong with ideas, opinions, kind of experience that he has between two different finance directors, because I will say me and Mason were two very completely different finance directors on how we kind of operated our finance. And no two finance directors are the same. And I know Martin will have experience in that, kind of taking the better qualities of Mason and I and kind of piecing those together to become finance director as he will. And I know that if he has any questions over any time period, he will shoot me a text. I'll always be here for next year, just a phone away. But I do highly encourage all of you to vote yes. Last year I was asked one question. So I love all your questions. I think they are valid, especially at a time where we kind of are, we don't have a foreseeable future specifically for our debt. Our big thing from special projects that we had for the $600,000, we don't know if that is actually going to be the $600,000 or if it will decrease or if it will increase. So having him in the role in a specific time where we kind of don't know the future, I'm very comfortable with him taking on this role for me. If he does have any questions, asking me, also talking to COA about stuff as I have this year. So I highly encourage all of you to vote yes.
Second.
Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting at this time? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, congratulations, this bill passes. I'm so sorry. I'm going to tattoo it on my wrist. For this next bill, I am going to yield the chair to Speaker Margaret.
So with that being said, we will now move on to 2023-1-008 SC, confirming the nominee of a student fees and tuition committee with Senator Mahoney.
So the Special Student Fee Committee is one of the most, if not the most important committee that we put somebody onto. They are the body and the voice of students voting on all the fees we pay. And basically anything that's not tuition, they're voting to approve it or disprove it. That's not the right word, but you get what I mean. So who we put on there is super duper important. Traditionally, in years past, it has been a vice president or chief of staff, so it's not out of order to have our vice president be our nominee to it. I personally think she'll be a great voice for the students. I mean, it's what vice president's job is. So I'll let her speak, but I do encourage, again, asking questions.
Hi all. Tonight is going great, so thank you for that. First off, I would just like to begin. For those of you who do not know me yet, my name is Jennifer Holliday, and I'm currently serving as your vice senator. My goodness, I forgot how to talk all of a sudden. Vice president of the student body. Currently, I am nominated to serve on the Student Fees and Tuition Committee per President Roberts' request. Within this position, I will be tasked with monthly meetings, considering students in all categories and their finances, the budget we have as a student government and organization as a whole, and much more. My qualifications for serving on this committee include being able to work closely with our newly nominated finance director to understand the budget we are currently working with, having relationships already built with the administration to be able to have those conversations and manage these topics with more ease, as well as previously having owned my own mini independent business when I was in high school, so I already have knowledge and experience within this topic. Looking to the future, my focus within this committee will be to ensure that we are making the best decisions for all of our students and not taking anything lightly, as these are hefty decisions that will affect the student body as a whole and our organization. To address any questions that are commonly asked, I have already planned to incorporate this meeting into my schedule for this coming year. I have been able to delegate various roles outside of the student government organization to not be on my plate anymore, so I can be more focused on student government as a whole. I also have all of my classes in the mornings, Monday through Thursday this upcoming semester, so I have a wide afternoon and evening availability, as well as an entirely open Friday if you ever need me. This is an important decision that needs to be made, so I am prepared for any questions you all may have tonight. Thank you.
With that, the floor is open for discussions. I admittedly didn't see who was first on this side. Was it Senator Kamstra? Senator Kamstra.
So the university stepped on the wrong toes with this one. 2 summers ago, the university, I was in an internship, as many people do over the summer, that was for credit. And the university took the credits. It was 2 of them. However, they wouldn't waive the $400 in fees that I was going to have to pay. And I called their office, and I called their office, and I emailed, and I called their office, and no one responded. And my voicemails all went unanswered. So I guess when it comes to this, I have a question more for clarification if Mahoney or Roberts can answer. Does this organization work with different departments to ensure that fees are used like wisely, as in like the building fee or health and activities fee? Roberts? Are you yielding to me? Yes, I'm yielding to you.
Okay, stunning. Yeah, so we sit on various advisory boards that receive fees. So we sit on the MU advisory board, the tech advisory board. Obviously, we are the student fee advisory board. It is student government. So yes, we put representatives on all the advisory boards to see how we're allocating this money. Additionally, we meet intensively with Sean, Norman and Toya Younger before we ever go into these discussions, so that we've had the opportunity to hear like staff and administration opinions from the student government aspect as well. So yes, it's intensive discussion so that we know exactly what the fee money is spent on before we raise them.
And then Mahoney?
I can further elaborate. Basically, the way the committee works is that every year the various departments that receive fees go to the board or go to the committee, present a proposal for a fee, whether that be keeping the fee where it is, lowering it, raising it, and also providing justifications as to why. So they do, like rec services, for example, will present a full proposal about how their fee is going to be spent, budgets, all that jazz. So this committee does really deeply see kind of all the same stuff. Same thing we do for annuals, more or less.
Cool. All right. Thank you for giving me the time to clarify all that, Jennifer. How are you going to make sure that the different people that are receiving these fees, because me and Braun were doing some research, the building fees, recreation fees, student services, student activities, just to list 4 of them, how are you going to ensure that they're, one, accountable to working on the things? I mean, there's buildings on campus that haven't been updated, but that these are equitable to all students, regardless of like where they come from. I myself am a student that has to pay for everything out of pocket. How are you going to evaluate essentially all of these proposals?
Absolutely. So I am a very open-minded individual. I will take into consideration any information that is brought to me, whether that be positive or negative. I will make sure that it is spoken well upon and taken into consideration before any decisions are made. In fact, earlier today, I was taking a wagon around and I was trying to use a handicap door, and it didn't work. So that clearly just shows that we need to continue working on these updates and making sure that fees are being put in the best positions possible. So with that being said, I will be able to take all of the other duties within my current position as vice president within the committees I will have to serve on and administration that I will be meeting with often to make sure that all of these concerns are brought upon. Also, my email inbox is always open. We have open forum. I am ready to hear everybody's concerns and thoughts for this next year to make sure that everything is taken care of properly. Does that
Awesome.
answer your question?
Yes, I yield. Thank you.
And with that, we'll move down to Senator Momini.
Hi. I have a couple questions. My first one would be, would you also be negotiating, talking about the fee increases depending on your major in college? Or is it just the student fees? I yield time to President. Would this position also be regarding fees that increase depending on your college and major, et cetera?
No, they just, these are fees that are applicable to all students. So your tech fee, the athletics fee, the student activity fee, so fees that apply to everybody. Colleges assess their own fees and then present those themselves. There is no student advisory for those.
Okay, thank you. I guess on a different note then, I really have no doubt that you'll do a wonderful job. I know you're very open-minded and very open to what people have to say. That being said, I always have to ask, how will you ensure to incorporate the voices of the unheard, the minoritized, the less spoken?
Absolutely. That is actually going to be something that I truly want to focus on over this next year. I am hopefully going to be able to serve on the Student Accessibilities Committee throughout this next year. So that is just showing my passion for truly trying to make sure that those that are typically unseen or just have challenges that we all may not encounter have a voice. And I am more than willing to meet with any student, any organization, any club, or any faculty for that matter, that may have questions, thoughts, or concerns in that aspect. When they come to me, I will make sure that it is not taken lightly. I just want to ensure that everyone has equity here, and that is definitely going to be a focus within this committee.
Thank you. You have my full confidence. I yield.
Senator Kueller.
All right, we're just moving right down the line here, but I'll say the same thing. I think you're going to be an excellent fit for this position. One question I do have is, if you could pick one priority, one thing you mentioned to get done on your time on this committee, what would that be? So essentially, like, what's your biggest priority?
Absolutely. So there has been a lot of discussion over the rate of the student fee, and honestly, I cannot speak for if it will increase, stay the same, decrease after the increase that is already being made. But that will be my biggest concern over this next year, as we are elected to represent the student body. So I want to make sure that that is who I am focusing on. So by taking into deep consideration all of the finances with newly elected Finance Director Hirsch, we will make sure that everything is being prioritized in proper manner to ensure that our students are not being charged more than they need to be.
All right, thank you for that. I yield.
Senator Mahoney.
So, one thing I've personally had a little bit of issues, too strong of a word, but just something I think that could be improved kind of with how this committee works and internally within student government. I think a lot of times we send representatives and then we just don't really hear anything about it anymore. Even amongst chief officers, there wasn't a whole lot of discussion about other fees aside from our own. And so one thing I just kind of wanted to ask of you is just, would you be open to, as these things happen, talking more about it with people in the office, talking about it with chief officers, and just kind of looping a little bit more feedback of the student government into kind of how you think about the bill, or think about proposed fees?
Absolutely. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
Are closed door meetings, so they take no meeting minutes. They're
Oh.
these are closed door meetings. So it's not like a lack of when we discuss our student increase, fee increase, there's a reason we added that new process last session that requires us, Senate as a whole, to kind of sign on to a potential fee increase. But the Special Student Fee Committee is one of the only committees at the university that does not take meeting minutes nor reveals voting records. It is a private meeting.
Well, that just annoys me for different reasons. So I guess my question's moot.
All right, there has been a call to question. Is there any objection to voting now? UC has been called for. Is there any objection to passing this bill by way of unanimous consent? Seeing none, this passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Vice President Holliday.
Okay, moving on to our next item of business underneath special orders, 2023-1-011SC, confirming a nominee to the Cyride Board of Trustees with Senator Mahoney.
I apologize that I'm introducing almost every bill tonight. Cyride Board of Trustees is the other really probably big board that we appoint directly to. This is the board that oversees Cyride. It's about all there is to say about it. I'll let President Holliday speak.
Okay, I don't know when Jennifer and I switched positions, but it's President Roberts.
Dang it.
We are basically the same person, so you know what? It's interchangeable. So I want to begin by saying when I was looking through and realized that I had to nominate an at-large that is not a student government senator, but a representative, I did call Jacob Ludwig, but apparently he's busy next year. So I thought, you know what? Why not me? I do think sitting on Cyride would be beneficial in the fact that the Cyride fee is one of the fees that goes through special student fees. So having the opportunity to serve on the board and then serve on the fee board as well would give me the opportunity to realize where the Cyride money is going and consider any proposals they have. If they need to increase, they did just get a whole new electric bus fleet, which might cause increases in fees or decreases in fees. But it would allow me to sit on that board as well as be a veteran fee member. Additionally, my minor is in energy systems. I work for Marathon Petroleum Corporation over the summer in biorenewable fuels. I do a lot of work when it comes to transportation. So this is a board that is pretty interesting to me. And I mean, we do have the third best transportation system in the country, and I'd like to keep it that way. So I'll take any questions.
The floor is now open for any questions or discussion. Senator Cecil.
So I know overall you're passionate about transportation, but are you passionate about Cyride?
I may not eat, sleep, breathe Cyride the way Ludwig does, but I do eat, sleep, breathe Iowa State, and Cyride is a part of that, so absolutely.
Are you willing to work a little bit harder at Eat, Sleep, and Breathe Cyride?
I am willing to be as close to Jacob Ludwig. I would prefer to not quite become Jacob Ludwig, kind of a dream of mine to not be that eventually, but I am willing to match his passion for Cyride.
All right, well, reaching 90% is okay, but a little disappointing.
I do hate to disappoint you, Cecil.
Do you yield? Senator Janes.
It's okay. So you brought up the point that we are the third best transportation system, and you want us to sustain. What's your goals to improve so we become the best transportation system? And what are areas of faults that you see that you are hoping to bring up?
So unfortunately, becoming the #1 transportation system in the country is probably not possible due to the fact that New York City and San Francisco are the two above us. They just per capita ridership beat us. So unless you want Ames to grow substantially, we probably will stay at third. But I think third for the size of Ames is phenomenal. I do think the implementation of the electric bus fleet over the next year will be very intriguing. They're not fully out yet, so kind of figuring out what bus routes they'll take, what bus routes make the most sense for them. Additionally, just reevaluating where our bus routes are. Obviously, we don't have enough side-ride drivers as is, so we do have to prioritize which routes run at what times as well. So I think just continuing to focus on routes for students and remembering that the Ames community also relies on side-rides, so there is those considerations that need to be held as well.
Yeah, and then building onto that, with this moving towards electric side rides, I'm vaguely connected to this because I did tentatively do a project with REG, but I do know REG does have a partnership with side ride where we're using the biodiesel fuel. I'm not too familiar. How is that going to affect our relationship with REG? Because it also sponsors for sports, so we don't want to like lose that good faith we have with them.
So the addition of the electric bus fleet would allow us to run routes faster and potentially expand routes, not necessarily decrease routes. That is not, like the goal isn't to replace our buses, it's to increase our fleet. We just think electric buses are the next step to be able to increase that fleet.
Got it. I yield my time.
Senator Kamstra.
So the Moonlight Express has been one of the great successes that I love about Iowa State. And I would love for you to keep advocating for it, but what are your thoughts on the Moonlight Express?
So ironically, I was in Leadership Studies 422 and our senior capstone project. I don't know if you guys ever saw the QR codes that people were, I'm gonna call them cups for Sophie's sanity, that people took their cups out at night. Like we did the QR codes that went on those cups that you could scan them very quickly to get the number to Moonlight Express. I think it's very crucial for our students. We don't have as high of a rideshare programs here in Ames, Iowa, so the Moonlight Express is how we substitute those out.
Senator Momini.
My brain just went completely blank. Hold on.
It is 9:30.
It is 9:30. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes. So it's, don't laugh, I'm gonna cry. It's been discussed frequently, especially with our previous president, the lack of employees that SideRide has. What would you think of maybe a project or collaboration with our PR committee to try and push those positions out? I mean, there's plenty of people on campus who need jobs. I personally wouldn't have the courage to drive a bus, but I'm sure somebody does.
I mean, I think our PR team's always looking for outreach. I think our PR team this year will primarily be focused on the organizational growth, but there's always opportunities. SideRide does a lot of initiatives, so they get priority class scheduling, so if you ever really wanted classes, be a SideRide driver. They do have phenomenal pay rates they've been working on as well, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, just as an organization, every time we discuss the routes and discuss the opportunities that those provide, we're putting SideRide's name out there and give them the opportunity to continue their ridership. Additionally, we started using them as advertisements for telecounseling and could expand as an organization using them with that regard, so that would also probably help just even catching attention of students to the SideRide.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure anybody who's ridden SideRide sees the advertisements. Maybe not, I don't know. I read everything on the SideRide, but just a thought. Thank you.
Second.
Question has been called for and seconded. Is there any objection to voting at this time? Closing comments with Senator Mahoney. Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this bill passes.
Thank you.
Okay. We will now move into Special Orders 2023-1-009 SG, electing a senator to the Student Fees and Tuition Committee with Senator Mahoney.
I'm so sorry. It's another election. But this one won't be as bad as Speaker and Vice Speaker because it's just a little bit easier. This is the Senate representative to the Student Fee Committee. That's more or less. So anyone interested in running, I move to open the floor to nominations.
Point of order.
say point of information and then provide your question.
Yes. Say point of information, and then you can talk. Yep. No, no. We have a whole bunch more committees for you.
Yeah, there's tons and tons and tons. Later.
Okay. There's been a motion and second to open nominations at this time. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senator Kamstra. Senator Cecil? Senator Wellman?
I nominate Senator Gopa.
Speaker Margaret?
I nominate myself and accept.
Are there any further nominations at this time?
Second.
There's been a motion and second to close the floor to nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will now ask the nominees to approach the podium. The same as everything else? Okay.
Same signs. 11.
We extended it tonight just for you.
How long do we get?
No, I didn't. I was like, it was a point. It was like a.
Okay, so you guys already know the drill. Each nominee has 5 minutes for opening comments, beginning with Senator Kamstra.
All right, you guys kind of heard my little soapbox about how they stepped on my toes the wrong way. But my reason for wanting to join this committee is, one, to serve the student body and represent them in the discussion of, one, how their fees are like used, the fee increases that are potentially, or hopefully decreases that are potentially happening, because I would love to see those go down as well. But also, I would love to see some accountability on the efforts for students, because I learned that I can cancel my fees if I'm not at Iowa State. There's no reason I need to pay the health fee if I'm not at this campus. And they were wrong when they told me I couldn't. So I would love to see some accountability from the departments on that. Now, if I wouldn't get this position, because I'm sure these three gentlemen with actual speeches probably written would love this position too. I would love to work with them, but this is just something I'm passionate about and would love to learn more, and I hope you vote for me. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Colton Eisma. I'm a sophomore majoring in ag business with a minor in supply chain. And for how important the student fees and tuition committee is, it must be efficient. And to be efficient, we must keep financial transparency, when allowed or when it is legal, of where student fees go, the tech fee, the athletic fee, etc., how it goes, how we as a student government body go about with the funds. I believe I am a qualified candidate for the Special Student Fees and Tuition Committee, where I understand the importance of balancing student needs and with the university's financial realities, working with the committee with many factors and variables that play into the committee and behind the closed-door meetings, being able to be reliable when allowed. I am committed to working deliberately and smoothly with all committee members to achieve this balance, having relations with the Finance Committee and multiple treasurer positions on and off campus. I will answer any questions. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Ashir Gopa. I'm a freshman majoring in computer science, and I'm from Bangalore, India. I'm currently the LAS senator. I've been in various leadership roles, such as the former president of my dorm hall, big chair of my dorm's house, and I'm currently in the president's leadership class. I am very involved in various clubs on campus, such as the badminton club, entrepreneurship development club, college Democrats, computer science and software engineering club, recyclables for music, mountain and climbing club, Student Union Board, and the PR Committee of Student Government in 2022 to 2023. Yeah, that's a lot of clubs. I'd say I'm very involved in a diverse variety of organizations on campus, and that's what sets me apart. And I have a general idea of campus life, even though I've been living here for 1 year. For my financial knowledge aspect, in high school, I ran a financial literacy organization that educated students on their personal finances and the financial world. I wouldn't say that alone would make me qualified for this position, but I will definitely learn on the way during tuition fee meetings, making sure to ask questions and trying to learn everything I can hear. I am currently on the ISU PD advisory board, and I think my previous experience with that will help me on this committee. The current campus atmosphere faces a huge problem. Nobody really knows how their fees are allocated and used. I asked a couple of my friends in my classes a couple days ago, and they didn't even know how it was used, and they still criticized the system. We need to make sure that this system is transparent, and I believe we need to have a better media and outreach presence for this committee. Let's change that closed doors policy, and let students really know how their fees are being allocated. We need to reach out to other student organizations and basically all students on campus. Without the student body, we technically need the student body for this. I was trying to end that sentence there. I have lived in India for the last 9 years, and that means I'm friends with a ton of international students on campus, and I don't think international students are really represented in various facets of this university's administration. International students make up 10% of this university and have the highest fees to pay, and I don't think there is a voice that will represent them. Even though I'm not an international student myself, I understand their struggles, and this is a topic we regularly discuss. My dad came to the States and did his master's in Western Michigan University in the 90s, and he always wished there was an international voice that would represent them in higher meetings. I want to be that voice that represents international students and underrepresented communities on campus. This is a very serious position, and I believe collaborating with Heather Paris, Senior Vice President for Operations and Finance, and Toya Younger, Senior Vice President for Student Affairs. I believe they really need a good insight on the campus atmosphere, and I believe I can help give them that transparent voice that they really need. Campus leadership has one too many times told me that they need what students are really thinking, and that's something that I'm willing to do. College is tough, but paying for college is tougher. We need a voice on this committee that will really represent students. I would actually today, if I was elected into this role, would reach out to clubs and organizations on campus and make sure that they know they're represented. Student government is not only us in this room, but all students according to our constitution. We need to be in a place where we have to do outreach, and we have to involve not leaders who were elected, but students too. Student government is in a special position on campus, and we need to let the students on campus know that we really represent them. Thank you. I yield.
Well, good evening, everyone. Long time no see. Tonight, in addition to the role of speaker, I put myself into consideration to serve on the Special Student Fees and Tuition Committee. I've had the privilege of serving on this committee for nearly a semester now after filling an unexpected vacancy after winter break. With that said, parts of my remarks tonight might sound familiar for those who attended my previous conversation, but again, I don't want to keep you here till 11. Serving on the Special Student Fees and Tuition Committee has strongly aligned with the reason that I joined student government in the first place, which is to advocate for students and their needs. That means understanding the delicate balance of providing important services for students, while at the same time doing everything we can, as has already been said, to keep tuition costs from rising. My role this past semester has only reinforced my belief that how we allocate every penny does matter for students. I've served on this committee before, and I understand its inner workings. I'll hit the ground running to help make informed recommendations with the guidance of Senate. I'm fully aware of the harsh realities that come alongside filling complex needs with often increasingly finite student funding, and I have experience in making the tough recommendations when they need to be made in order to help students better afford higher education. The role has aligned exceptionally well with my previous experience that I referenced briefly earlier, representing student needs and assets. This year, I'm proud to have helped allocate around $270,000 of student-provided funding towards shelters, food pantries, childcare, and other essential services which students benefit from on a daily basis year-round. With that said, this is a great opportunity to create real, tangible change for students. And as the only remaining member of student government with prior experience on the Special Student Fees and Tuition Committee, I'll provide a seamless transition and continue the work I started last semester. I appreciate all of your consideration. Thank you.
With that, we will now move into the question stage. Once again, there is 15 minutes allocated for this stage. Each of you will have 2 5-minute speaking privileges where you can ask the nominees 1 question per speaking privilege, and each nominee will receive up to 1 minute to answer the question. Beginning with Senator Kuehler.
Madam Vice President, I withdraw my acceptance of the nomination and wish to remove myself from consideration for this election. Cool.
Okay, I guess I'll get started then. I'm going to ask the same question I asked to Vice President Holliday. If you could pick your biggest priority, if you could pick one thing that you would want to get done, what would that be?
I believe my biggest priority would be seeing, because we don't get to know what really goes on behind the scenes, getting to see what it is and trying to take back as much as we can, having justification of the reasons as to why of the increases of everything, obviously due to inflation and the rising cost of daily living. Just focus on those and then try to bring as much as I can back to Senate just for people to be able to properly speak about it and not be so hush-hush.
Yeah, so Isma made a nice remark on it. Yeah, definitely removing that closed door policy. We need students to know what we're talking about. Even if there's an increase and it's a totally valid increase because of inflation, which is at 8.25% at this point of time, we need to let the students know that we're increasing it based on that and not for any other reason. My second point is trying to get underrepresented communities, their voices into that room. Like, I can be that how do I say this? This kind of channel that can actually get them into that room. Thank you.
Senator, could you repeat the way you phrased the question?
Of course. If you could pick one thing in the long list of stuff that you guys provided for your goals for the committee, I guess what would it be? If you had to pick one thing.
So I'll be honest with you, that's a really difficult question to answer, because if you'd asked me at my original confirmation, I would have said something very similar to the other nominees up here tonight, because I largely campaigned on the idea of student transparency, because I did and still do believe that students should understand how their money is being spent and have a mechanism to influence those decisions. But at the same time, after having been involved with the committee, that's a difficult thing to do legally. Like, I'm very open at this point to figuring out new ways to get student input without disclosing some of the information that we can't disclose because we would be kicked off the committee. So I'm trying to find new creative ways to do that. That's a high priority for me. But also, I'll briefly say that another priority for me is, again, making those tough decisions, because there will be times when we have to say no to things, just because we don't want college to be too expensive for everyone, for the underrepresented groups that have been already mentioned here tonight. But I'm very open to ways that we can lower costs and ways that we can be transparent, even though we're forbidden from being transparent.
Senator Momini.
Can I direct it at just one candidate right now? Yes? Okay. Sorry. Margaret, since you have previously served and were elected, I don't know how the closed door policy is. From the time that you've been there, have you felt like you've been able to make significant changes, that you've been able to do something? Is there something that you can tell us that you've done, or is it just nothing? Can't tell us anything, which I understand.
No, that's a completely fair question. I will say I was in attendance for a very limited number of meetings, so I didn't have the full scope of all the, I don't want to call them hearings, but when we get together with the groups that are asking for money and have these important conversations. So the main thing that I was involved with was the daily contract and negotiating that. So that was what we were doing at the end of the term. And I don't know how many numbers and stuff I can share, but I've kind of hit a wall in terms of, I hope that answers your question a little bit. The daily was my main involvement, and it was my highest priority to get the best service that we could from the daily, while at the same time not increasing fees to an unreasonable amount. And those were a lot of back and forth conversations we had with them. So sorry for the poor answer on that half.
No, it's fine.
Senator Leese.
This is kind of directed at all you guys. And now that you told me about that closed door policy, kind of doesn't let me answer my question a little bit. But I connected with Gopa's speech when he said that I really don't know where my fees are going. And I didn't even know I could waive out of that medical fee that Campster said. I'm out of state as well. So could have saved myself some money there probably. But I'm just wondering, what kind of knowledge can you bring to the student body on where these fees are going and which ones can be waived from where you are and where you're from?
Okay, so I am not a pre-law major, so yeah, if I get sued on that committee, it's gonna be big. Yeah, but I will try not to get sued. I'm gonna ask them beforehand, what can I tell the student body, because I want to be as transparent with everyone as possible. Like, yeah, they're gonna say something and they're gonna be like, yeah, you can't tell people about it. But I will try to fight that to make that more transparent. Like, your tuition fee money should be as transparent as possible. The process we make behind those closed doors, I believe that should be transparent. And I will try my best to actually make that transparent.
Not to exactly piggyback off of Senator Gopa, but just emphasizing on the transparency and taking the financial expertise I have from being a treasurer for multiple organizations on and off campus, and trying to do my best to focus on what we can talk about, what we can not talk about, both in terms of a legal sense as well as just even in just giving numbers out. It really depends. And yeah.
I'm sorry, can we repeat how the question was phrased, just for my own sake?
Oh, I thought I lost my talking privileges. So I was asking just what can you do what can you share and what are you going to try to share with the student body on what fees can be waived, where these fees are going, and just where the money from the student body is actually going?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I'll tell you, I am also of the position that it should be transparent and open. I don't know how to approach that legally. It would be great if we could figure out a way to do that, and I'd be entirely behind it. But as far as where we stand right now, what we can share is all of what you've said. So what your fees are right now, what can be waived, and where they're going. So, for instance, when we do the website, when we rework that coming up here, as has been mentioned a lot tonight, that's a great place to put something like that. So then we can promote it on our social medias, and we can share the mechanisms that are used to decide fees and what those fees are and what you can waive, while at the same time not disclosing the numbers that we can't during actively deciding these fees. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I encourage any senator to not break the law as well.
Thank you.
Senator Janes.
So all you guys are going to be coming in from various, God, I cannot think of, oh, it's so late, perspectives, sorry. So what are you guys going to do when you're getting those conversations? What strategies are you going to initiate so that everyone's acknowledging all the different perspectives coming in, while also making sure that you yourself can recognize all the different perspectives, like people who are from lower income, people who are international, if you're not an international student or stuff like that?
So yeah, that's the greatest and worst thing, well, not worst, that's one of the greatest things about Iowa State is that everyone comes from a different background, different diversities. Some are physically, mentally impaired, disabled, one way or another, and focusing on trying to bring as much as we can from the outside into the meeting, and then emphasizing on, hey, what can we bring back, as well as having our own personal opinions regarding, because we are students, we are paying for the money that they're talking about, just emphasizing on all of those.
So, yeah, I'm going to take the approach of being the common man and actually standing on the streets and asking people what they think, asking their opinions, making sure they feel heard, because that's a #1 priority of mine. I will talk to underrepresented communities like the NSBE, NPHC, and all the other acronyms. And yeah, I will make sure everyone's voice is being heard. I will write that down on a piece of paper. International students, out-of-state students, in-state students. Yeah, even in-state students have to have their fees heard about too, even though out-of-state and international students pay a lot. Yeah, I will make sure everyone's voice is heard inside that room or that closed-door meeting, and make sure everyone's heard. Thank you.
In terms of outreach that we can do a lot to let students know the mechanisms, but I'm kind of struggling with this idea of going out and asking people about their fees, because that's incredibly valuable anecdotal, evidence that we can get. But at the same time, you go out and you ask, what do you think of your fees? They're going to tell you that they're too high, right? Like, it's really hard without disclosing, the trends and how things are working to get feedback beyond, we want our fees to be lower. So I do think it's important to collect that sort of feedback, and it's important to understand that that's what students want. And we can do that. We can do that through the website. We can do that through social media. There's great ways we can do it. But at the end of the day, it's representing that point of view that students don't want their money to be spent frivolously. So it's doing everything we can to not increase their fees while at the same time not cutting important services that they rely on. Because sometimes that extra dollar, that translates to a service that's, worth far more than $1 to a student. So it's about that balance as much as it is outreach.
Okay, before I go on to Senator Leese, I just want everyone to be aware we have just under 4 minutes left in this current section of elections. Senator Leese.
I just have a question for Senator Gopa real quick. You listed 20-something clubs on that. How are you going to make time for this position?
Yeah, I'm in 20 different clubs because I want to know how the student body is. Like, these are different clubs. These are not the same club at all. Like, it's not all entrepreneurship clubs. It's different clubs with various perspectives, and that's how I know about the student body in general. I can sit in my dorm hall and just be in there the whole day, but when I go out to clubs, I meet with people of different backgrounds, and that's how I know about it, and that's how I'll represent them into that closed-door meeting.
I yield, by the way.
Senator Mominy.
I don't know if I should move to extend the debate or not. My question is for all of you because I didn't really get the answer that I was looking for, and your other questions had previously been answered. It's easy enough to hear the opinions of other people. It's easy enough to take into account what they may be feeling. It's a whole different room, especially in a closed-door meeting. Will you have the ability to be a voice for the students who might not have a popular opinion with the other people in the room? Will you be able to have the courage to say things that might be frowned upon, especially in terms of low-income minoritized students?
So just for clarification, you want to focus, or in your question, you're asking us to just focus primarily on low-income students?
Low-income students, minoritized students, people who don't represent as yourself, will be able to speak for them confidently in those closed-door meetings.
Yep. So one of the main reasons why I wanted to be a URAC senator was one of the 3 pillars that I had my entire campaign on was advocacy for the physically impaired students and the physically disabled students, and working closely on and off campus with both IRHA, moving forward with URAC, and the ADA club on campus, and asking them of their opinions and what can we form from there. And in regards to the special fee committee, focusing on their questions, speculations, and demands, and trying to find a ballpark of where we can move forward.
So, yeah, I'm blanking out. Give me a minute. Yeah, I'm going to ask their perspectives. I'm going to go to those clubs, those organizations. I'm going to make sure they're heard. I'm going to write down their concerns. I'm going to present it to the fee committee. I'm going to be as nice as possible and try to be in a way that's very professional and try to convey those points to them and make sure that people of lower income minorities are being heard in that room. Thank you.
So that's a great question, and I think something that's very unique when it comes to these sorts of financial decisions. I'm not disagreeing with everyone has a different perspective, and I very much think we need to reach out to those groups and understand what they are so we can represent them. But when it comes to fees, a lot of people have a really united point of view, which is that college is too expensive. And this is one of the things that contributes to that higher cost, even if it's just a few dollars here and there. As far as representing other points of view, I will tell you, I'm going to keep bringing up ASSET, and I apologize for that. For those of you who aren't familiar, ASSET is Story County's Analysis of Social Services Evaluation Team. And we contribute money to that fund to purchase social services, but at the same time, we're a minority of the fund. So I have experience in that room representing student interests when we don't have a lot of bargaining power. Speaking up, even if it's not going to change the course of things, just because we want students.
We are now out of time in the questioning stage. If there is no extension to the stage, we will entertain a motion to move into the debate stage. Oh, okay. Will the nominees please go to the hallway? Once again, we will now move into the debate stage. We will have 15 minutes. Everyone has 2 5-minute speaking privileges, and we will begin with Senator Mahoney.
All right, really quick, I want to advocate for Senator Eisma. He is been in finance this whole past year. He was in the running for finance director. He's going to be in the running for finance director for probably next year. He is going to be really around, be involved in student government finances, be involved in the finances of the university, and I just think he'd be a great representative of student government senate, and in that body, he's going to be really good about talking with admin, so I will be voting for Senator Eisma.
Senator Wellman.
Yeah, so I think that Senator Eisma or Senator Gopa would do a good job. I like Senator Gopa because I know that he would give an outside perspective to different things. Maybe not maybe not a perspective that he kind of knows a lot about, but it would give him a chance to, kind of lighten up the room there, and also just kind of, like I said, bring a new perspective and whatnot. So yeah, I yield.
Senator Janes.
Yeah, I think I really like Senator Eisma and Senator Margaret. I'm leaning more towards Eisma just because I think his experience in finances and treasurer will be good, and I liked how all 3 of them was focusing on that transparency. Some concerns for Senator, oh my gosh, I'm sorry, what's his name? The third one? Margaret? No, not Margaret. The Gopa, yes, apologies. Senator Gopa, is his numerous club activities. I thought he didn't handle answering that question well enough, in my opinion. He just talked about the benefits of being in this as many. And I think that while it is good to give people that opportunity to try and then maybe not succeed with time, and I can't really talk on what his time commitments are, I think with the importance of this position and it being a closed-door committee at the time of now, it's not a committee that I unfortunately think we can risk with someone who might have to leave partially through. I don't know what happened last semester when someone had to leave during the winter break, so how much that affected the committee, but I just have concerns for that if something does happen.
Senator Cecil.
I just want to advocate for Senator Eisma. He's always been a very loud voice on advocating for students. It doesn't really matter if he agrees what he's advocating for. If people have come to him and asked for help, he's going to be on their side. And I just think he'd be a really good fit.
Senator Leese.
I just wanted to throw my support between Senator Eisma and a little bit of Senator Gopa. I did not like his answer that he gave to me for the question on the clubs. I felt like he didn't really answer my question. But I did like Eisma's response to my first question where he talked about his time as treasurer, and that makes me optimistic about his time on the committee. But personally, I've worked with Azre before. Or Senator Gopa, sorry. I've worked with Senator Gopa before, and I know I know he's very passionate about what he does. I call into question his time commitments is really what it is. I yield my time.
Senator Momini.
I'm not going to speak against or for GOPA. I'm sure the former Senate members are like, what's wrong with you? I don't know. I just think that, I know that he applied in the winter, and I think he was a little bit less serious. He was a little bit less prepared. It was more of a last minute thing. From his argument that he made there to here, I feel like there's a stark difference in how he feels about the position. He feels more prepared. He feels like he actually wants to do it. I know that a concern is all of his club activities, and that's a lot of clubs. But if there's one thing that I can say about GOPA, it's that he's like very side quests, like he loves them. So I really wouldn't be worried or concerned that he wouldn't have the time commitment or be able to do them. I do think he's very passionate. I think he loves to do a lot of things, and some people are good at that. Some people are really good at doing 50 different things all at once, and if he's one of them, I think that if there's somebody that we could put in a room who's going to ask uncomfortable questions, whether it be for whatever reason, it would be him. So I really don't know what way I'm leaning, but despite his kind of iffy answer, I really wouldn't count him out in terms of he'll go in there and he'll ask those questions without fear, and that's something that I can respect, because it takes a lot of courage to sit in a room, especially where you look nothing like anybody else, you have different experiences than everybody else, and he'll ask those questions. So I guess it's kind of supportive. I wouldn't count him out. I yield.
Is there any further discussion at this time? There's been a move and a second to enter the clarification stage. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we will now move into the clarification stage. If someone would go, thank you, Sundar. We will wait just a moment for them to come back. All right, beautiful. You all already know the drill. We will have 15 minutes for the clarification stage. You all have 2 5-minute speaking privileges in which you will use time to discuss amongst each other or ask questions to the nominees, beginning with Senator Momini.
My question is going to be directed towards Senator GOPA. There have been some concerns about your time commitment, your ability to balance all of your many activities. I'm very glad that you find it, that you find it beneficial to be in all of those clubs, which I agree. Would you be able to or willing to compromise on those positions for this one to take precedent?
I'm just a member. I'm not on any of the executive boards, so yeah, I would not need to be required to go to those club meetings. So skipping a club meeting once in a while would be good for my mental health. And yeah, technically going to a fee committee meeting, yeah, it would help me. It would educate me on how these fees are actually decided, and that's another club meeting for me. Thank you.
Senator Kuehler.
This question is directed for Speaker Margaret. Given that you are now the speaker, this is arguably a very important committee. How are you going to ensure that you have enough time to dedicate to this position?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'll be honest with you, the time commitment for this committee, it's very low in person, and it's a lot of stuff that you do asynchronously, looking into things and learning on your own. So a lot of the work that I could do for this committee is something I could do in the office as I'm fulfilling my hours anyways, because there are very few, again, I don't want to call them hearings, but where we actually meet with the people who are deciding fees, and then there's one meeting at the end where we vote on that. So I have full faith in my capacity to do the job should you select me for it.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for that. I yield.
Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to closing the clarification stage? Seeing none, each candidate will now receive 2 minutes for closing comments, beginning with Senator Eisma.
Well, I believe that I am most qualified on a financial standpoint for my multiple treasurer positions, both on and off campus. Off campus, most specifically for my fraternity, being that I have had to have some behind closed door meetings and speaking about financials with our fraternity's housing corporation, as well as our alumni association. I have had to have some experience regarding that, as well as within the realms of legality, and I will hopefully focus the best that I can within the student fee committee on how much transparency we can bring back, and working with many minority groups, both on and off campus, and doing my best to be as transparent with them, taking their questions, comments, concerns, what is reasonable, what is not, what is feasible, and then bringing it to the committee.
So, yeah, I'm gonna go with 2 points. I'm gonna be very transparent. I'm gonna try to break down that closed door meeting thing so people can actually know what's happening behind the scenes. Even if I'm removed from the committee, there are 2 more great candidates for it, and yeah, I think they do a good job. Again, representing underrepresented groups on campus, international students, 10% of the university, not really represented anywhere, as I can see. And yeah, that's what I'd like to change. And even if we can't make it transparent, we should think of other ways where students can save money. Like the organization I ran in high school focused on that specifically. Like probably we can talk to the housing department and make housing cheaper, or we can find money in different places and make our tuition cheaper in general for students, because that's who we're fighting for, the students in general. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I really hate to be the person who comes to the podium and gives, that doom and gloom outlook of what the committee is, because that's not what I intend to do. But I have learned, being a part of it, there are certain logistical limitations that we can't get around. So, like Senator Gopa, if there's a way that we can make this committee more transparent, I'm entirely on board. We just have to figure out how to do that while not, violating the principles of the committee that we don't host ourselves. So I'm really excited if we can find a way to do that. There's outreach we can do that's more general and talks about the mechanism how fees are decided. There's feelers we can send out, even if they don't disclose the numbers of the upcoming proposed fees, because we can't share that until after it's been approved by the Board of Regents. And also, as to what Senator Gopa said, I'm really excited to work with the Director of Affordability, because I think there are a lot of non-fee related things that we can do, and I think the Director of Affordability is a great person to work with, so that even if we can't be, entirely transparent about this, which I'd like to be, we can work with the Director of Affordability to find alternate ways to lower costs beyond what we're able to achieve in the committee. So with that, I yield.
With closing comments now completed, we will move into a roll call vote, beginning with Vice Speaker Agba. Senator Gopa. Senator Chenoweth. Senator Everhart. Senator Kamstra. Senator Guerrera. Senator Kuehler. Speaker Margaret. Senator Mahoney. Senator Byers. Senator Cecil. Senator Dre. Senator Eisma. Senator Wellman. Senator Becker. Senator Braun. Senator Lambertson. Senator James. Senator Momini. Senator Lease. Senator Everhart. Senator Gopa. With a vote of Eisma 10, Gopa 6, Margret 0, and abstentions at 4, Senator Eisma received majority. So his name will now enter into the bill. We will now enter into discussion on the bill as a whole.
Call a question.
Question has been called for. Is set. The bill as a whole has been called to question and seconded. Are there any objections to voting at this time? Unanimous consent has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, congratulations, this bill passes. With that, we will now move into Special Orders 2023-1-010 electing a senator to the Cyride Board of...
Madam President, I move to amend the agenda to move 2023-1-012 SC to before 2023-1-010 SG.
Is there a second to this? Are there any objections to this amendment on the agenda? Seeing none, we will consider it amended. We'll now move on to 2023-1-012 SC, confirming a nominee for the Director of Health and Wellness with Senator Mahoney.
Sorry, she's just been waiting here all night, so we figured we'd at least give her the chance to be confirmed. I'll let the nominee speak for herself.
All right. All right, hello. My name is Anna Spahn. I'm a sophomore in healthcare management with a minor in political science. I first became involved in student government in October when I joined the Health and Wellness Committee as an at-large. I was interested in joining because I hope to pursue my master's in public health and health policy and work to improve the healthcare system in this country. This semester, I worked on a project that involved working with student counseling services to get an advertisement for the new 24/7 telecounseling service onto Cyride buses. And as of 2 weeks ago, we were successful in getting the advertisement on 6 Cyride routes. And as the Director of Health and Wellness, I would work to support President Roberts and Vice President Holliday's campaign points involving health and wellness on campus. I would also focus on issues involving women and LGBTQIA+ health and mental health, as I have established a great relationship with student counseling services this year. Director Everest has left me with some big shoes to fill, and I have and will continue to learn a lot from her as I work to serve the students at Iowa State.
Questions or discussion, beginning with Senator Kuehler.
I would just like to throw my support behind Anna. Pleasurable to serve with her on the committee, and Director Everest and I did convince her to run because we think she would be an amazing fit for the position. So I encourage you all to vote yes on this bill. I yield.
Senator Mahoney.
I was going to say the same thing. I've just heard wonderful things about you, and so I'm super excited to see you be taking up the mantle of Director Everest.
Thanks.
Second.
Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting at this time? Unanimous consent has been called for. Is there any objection? Seeing none, congratulations. This bill passes.
Thank you.
With that, we will now move into 2023-1-010 SG, electing a senator to the Cyride Board of Trustees with Senator Mahoney.
So we all know what this is. It's the Student Government Senate Representative to the Cyride Board of Trustees. I move to open the floor to nominations.
Is there a second? The motion to open the floor to nominees has been seconded. Are there any objections at this time? Seeing none, Senator Wellman.
I nominate Senator Gopa.
Senator Gopa, do you accept? Are there, oh, Senator Jane. Are there any other nominations at this time? There's been a motion to close nominations and a second. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I will now ask the nominees to approach the podium. You all know the drill. We will begin with a 5-minute opening comment from both, beginning with Senator Gopa.
Hi, I'm Senator Gopa. This is the second thing I'm running for today. So, yeah, I was made aware that I was nominated a couple seconds ago, so I don't really have a speech, but yeah, side ride. On more buses on the weekends. Better app. Ames Ride is very good. We should integrate it into our My State app. And more awareness of side ride in general. And more drivers on side ride, because I heard we don't have enough drivers. And we should have better social media platforms for side ride too. Also, I do not know my time commitment for side ride, the side ride board, because I heard it goes really long. And I don't know much about side ride. I haven't lived in Ames for very long. And I think what was her name again? Yeah, I think she would be very good because she did a project on this, on side ride before. So yeah, I would probably say yes to her. But yeah, I'd like to try out the side ride committee for maybe a meeting to check out if it's good, like if it can fit in my time frame, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Man, we're a tall person right after a short person.
Can we vote now?
Oh, I had a speech up here. Can I just give my? Let me just give my speech, man. I've been hyping myself up for this. JK, I didn't have anything prepared. Anyway, I'll do this super quick, don't worry. So the things that I'm coming in for is I did do that project with REG, so not directly side ride, but we did research on sponsoring it, and then and then I did research in what the cost of advertisement is for that, so I do have some familiarity with side ride. I've been on campus for 3 years, and I have used side ride for 3 years. I've used mostly Brown South. Love that one. Everywhere I go, that bus goes too. So I have a lot of familiarity with side ride, and I am familiar with the hiring because I work at Cyber's Lab, and that is our competitor for next top highest pay. So, we keep an eye on our competitors when it comes to pay and stuff like that. So I am acknowledging that. While I'm not too familiar about what this committee specifically does, I do have the luck of being able to be living with the other person that we have in here, who will be on that committee. So I have someone who I can easily ask questions to in person and not just over the phone and digital.
With that, the floor is now open to questions. Senator Wellman.
Okay, I do have one question. I'm not sure if this is like the board's responsibility or whatever, but it was my first time on 11 Cherry, and there was a drug dealer that got on, and it scared the crap out of me, so I've never been back on. Can you do something about the safety?
Well, sorry, we have to go in order, right?
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't know much about drug dealers. I can't believe I'm saying this on the Senate floor. Yeah, I do not know much about drug dealers, but you should report it to 911 and ISUPD, because the ISUPD I've been on the ISUPD advisory board, and I believe in Chief Newton and all the ISUPD police officers, because they will take major care of that issue. And I think you can even call side-eyed for that. And yeah, this is something we should not be scared of. Drug dealers are bad. We as a board, if I was on the board, yeah, I'd look into that. Thank you.
So I don't know as much as what the regulations I can do. Something we could do is something, especially with working with the, oh, I'm sorry, she looks gone. The chair of the health and wellness would definitely be able to put on more posts on there for just general crisis, with the hopefully being able to post more availability on the phone number for the, I cannot think of the non-crisis and the crisis police for ICPD, which is 911 also. And so we would be able to do that as preventative measures. Well, I don't know how much we can do for security and cameras and stuff like that. I'll make sure that at least students coming in on if anything like that happens to you, and I'm sorry that that did happen to you, we'd make sure that you're well informed on what the procedures to be done to make sure it's secure. And during my time as a CSA, which was basically the people who helped, the people who helped with the COVID mandates, with the ICPD, I do have some familiarity with working with them and know that they would take those concerns into consideration, so it'll definitely help with keeping constituencies informed on at least what to do after.
Question has been called for. Is there a second? Are there any objections? Okay. Wait, do we need a motion? Or do we call? Oh. Okay. You each will now receive a 2-minute closing comment.
Skipping clarification?
Yeah. What's your name again?
Representative, Senator James. James.
I mean, I'd like to try out to be on the side-eye board for maybe one meeting, because yeah, I do like side-eyed, and I just don't know if it fits into my schedule, and that's the only reason I didn't actually prepare a speech for this or do some previous research. But yeah, but if you guys don't feel that way, please vote for Senator James, because she will definitely do a better job than me. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate that for everyone's consideration, and I appreciate the positive endorsements I'm getting. I believe he would also be really good. I heard his speech for his time with the fees. Wow, this is just us talking good about each other. The fee committee, and I think he can be prepared, and he does have that time to study, and I think he can have that passion. But to go back to pushing for myself, I do have a lot of care for Cyrus. I do have a lot of care for the infrastructure, and I have knowledge, and I do have that grit to do research, especially with my time at Cybers Lab, which is 90% doing research on various different topics. I think that I would be prepared for that, and I am happy with whatever way the Senate votes.
With that, we will now move into a vote. We are going to do a placard vote. So when I say, depending on how you would like to vote, GOPA, Janes, or abstain, we will now begin. Those voting for GOPA, please raise your placard now. Those voting for Janes, please raise your placard now. All of those abstaining. With a vote of 1 to 17 to 2, Senator Janes receives the position, and her name will now be entered into the bill.
Call the question.
Question has been called for. Question has been called for and seconded. Are there any objections to voting at this time? UC has been called for. Are there any objections? Seeing none, congratulations, Senator Janes. This bill passes. Okay, absolutely. We'll now move into our new business of the night. Beginning with 2023-1-001F St. Jude debt contract with Senator Eisma.
Hi, everybody. St. Jude owes us money. Look at the contract. We will look at it next week.
Are there any questions questions for Senator Eisma. Just a reminder that these questions must be a yes or no format, beginning with Senator Kamstra.
Do you plan to explain next week why they owe us money?
Correct. Yes.
Senator Gopa.
Will you check in other places where they owe us money? Because it might have been in different places too. So yeah, will you make a thorough check of their account with us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Becker.
Are we attempting to get back money they thought was a donation?
What?
Are we attempting?
No.
No, okay.
Are there any further questions of intent at this time? Seeing none, we shall move on to 2023-1-002F, funding Destination Iowa State Meals with Senator Eisma.
Hi again, everybody. DIS, we give them money for this every year. It's so money is the cost for food is down. Also, DIS is great. Yes. I can answer yes or no.
Are there any questions of intent for Senator Eisma at this time? Senator Kamstra.
It's pretty simple. Have you run this by former finance director Kit Claiborne?
I believe so, yes.
Cool, thank you. Oh, he's a co-sponsor.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions of intent at this time for this bill? Seeing none, we shall move on to 2023-1-004F, funding Cardinal Eats with Senator Eisma.
Hi again for the third and last time of the night. Apologies for, I'm just trying to make these quick because I'm pretty sure we're all tired. Cardinal Eats, print publication that's around campus. They're asking for $3,000 to be transferred from our discretionary. Yes or no questions?
Are there any questions of intent for Senator Eisma at this time? Seeing none, we will now enter closing comments. Beginning with Sophia.
Hello, everyone. I will keep this short. Congratulations on completing your first meeting. The first few meetings of the term are pretty long, so you just have one more left, and then we will be on break until next fall. This is my actual announcement. If you did not receive an email from Speaker Emeritus Mahoney of the agenda, please come see me after the meeting because that means you are not on the student government listserv, and that is how we send out all of our communications for meetings, and I'd like to make sure that you're on it. So please come see me. I will sit here for a little bit of time. So.
President Roberts.
Again, you're all on the teams. Please fill out the MIS. Committee applications will be going out probably at the end of the week. So if there's university committees that you're interested in, please let us know. Oh, yeah, in the MIS, it's the general channel under files. The MIS is just an Excel sheet with everybody's numbers in it. So, text each other, Snapchat each other. Have fun with that.
Senator Gopa. Oh.
I was just going to say, if anyone's interested in finance committee, talk to me. I'd love to talk to everyone regardless. Yeah, just let me know.
Senator Gopa.
Well, that was a long meeting. Congratulations for everyone for being here. If anyone can give me a ride back to my dorm, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Oh, wait, I'm taking that. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Senator Janes. Senator Cecil.
I need the UROC senators to stay for 5 minutes because if we don't get a treasurer tonight, we won't exist. So we need to deal with that. Yeah, it'll be really quick.
Senator Mahoney.
Really quick, all. Welcome to Senate. Congratulations on the first meeting. That was really great. I'm super impressed with all the debate we had tonight. I just want to say, as Speaker Emeritus, I'm still going to be here. I'm still going to be a resource for everyone. So please feel free to reach out to me if you need any help with anything. I'm going to be working with these two a lot in transitioning and just generally being a support for everybody. So I'm going to be around, so please reach out to me. Just as a reminder, now it is Vice Speaker.
I get to talk. I have speaking privileges. Okay, first of all, I just want to say I'm proud of everybody here. Congratulations on making it through almost a 5-hour meeting. Never have done that before, so go us. Next, I would just like to address if you are going to be late or needing to miss Senate from now on, please email me 24 hours in advance. My email is in the MIS. You know where to hit me up. Vice Speaker, oh my goodness, Agba.
Thank you. Yeah, just real quick, thank you all for being here. I'm glad to see a bunch of new faces here. Talk so much, and I would like to encourage you all to join committees as soon as possible.
Speaker Margaret.
Awesome, thank you. I'll be very brief. Firstly, I want to just echo, we're very excited to work with all of you this year in Senate. I think we can do some great things. What I said earlier still stands. If I haven't had the chance of really meeting you yet, I really want to talk to you. So talk to me if you see me around in the office, stop me after the meeting. And with that, motion to adjourn, go Cyclones.
Second. Reminder, this meeting has been adjourned.
If anybody needs a